Hello, hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. How are you all doing today? Oh, Jesus, I have my sound on. Here we go. Let's fix that. It's the one thing I always forget to do is I forget to switch the sound from my speakers to headphones. Ermagerd, I'm like such a totally big Vizora fan. I know you are, Cheeseburger Murph. That's why you're awesome. What's up, Lennon? True, Rainy. So that's actually why I do it, and also because I don't know, I'll forget otherwise. And hey, Captain. Hey, Z-Riz. So, well, we went over a bunch of stuff yesterday, and it wasn't looking particularly good. It's not looking particularly good today, but we definitely have an excess of funny things to go over. Not ha-ha funny, but more just coping with trauma funny, coping with all of what's to come funny. But we do also have some good news, in fact. So yesterday, we went over the social media ban for Australia. And like, I thought it was a good idea. I agree with it. And since then, we've had some more news come out about Australia. This just came out today, and this is even better. Jesus, like what happened? Suddenly Australian politics is exactly where I would like American politics to be. Just judging by this alone. Yeah.
Getting the balance right in a bid to level the political playing field.
The principle of removing money from politics is a good one, but its delivery in terms of execution is hard to get right.
Peter Malinauskas pledged to ban political donations ahead of the 2022 election, and in June, the government released a draft bill for public consultation. And after months of negotiations, the Premier now believes he has the support needed to reform how politics and money collide in South Australia.
This new bill is enhanced and even better when it comes to our pursuit of improving the integrity around our political process.
The legislation stops...
So just first off the bat, been saying for a long time now, money in politics is one of like the greatest issues of our lifetime. Honestly, even with the rise of fascism, I would still say for the world broadly, this is the greatest issue of our lifetime. This is not just like a Western country thing. This is everywhere. The bourgeoisie, the capital class have infiltrated our political systems all around the world and use that money as well as the influence of their political power, not just their money, but, you know, think of like Elon Musk owning a social media platform, for example, to influence elections. And just with the last two things to come out of the Australian Parliament, the ban on social media for those that are under 16 and this ban on donations is excellent. Now, Genghis Khan, of course they did. Lenin, they do have a ban on super PACs to get around this. It's not as extensive of a ban as I would like it to be, but it's not nothing. Like, have a look.
Donations to MPs, candidates and parties caps the amount parties, candidates and third-party groups can spend.
So essentially, you cannot donate any money as a person or a corporation to an MP, a candidate, or a party. Now, you can spend money as a third party, kind of like America PAC was. That wasn't officially part of like the Republican platform. It wasn't even officially a PAC in the same way, in that it was a PAC in the same way, but it wasn't an pre-existing like set of systems that work the same way that like a normal super PAC does. As you know, normal super PACs don't do $1 million a day giveaways. In this case, the cap of $450,000 by third parties is not close enough to what I would like it to be, zero, but it is much better than an unlimited amount of money that a third party can spend on the election. And also the way that you like fix the issues of not having money for elections in this is to publicly fund them, to socialize the elections. Well, I mean, that's the misinformation law, Genghis Khan, and I do agree with that. That law is terrible. It was worded poorly, and it's absolutely a pretty big drain on free speech. However, Australia doesn't have a free speech protection, so it's not really a factor here. In that, like, it's bad, but it's not against their law. how someone could get offered offended about a pack of chips and get arrested. This is true. It is a stupid law. The cyberbullying law that they put out is essentially just a variant of the misinformation law that they just put out is a variant of the cyberbullying law that was put out previously. And by the way, this law is incredibly stupidly worded. The point, like where the misinformation law came from, where the bill came from, was because misinformation was being spread on mainstream media, on Sky News. Yes? And the government's response to this was to create a bill that limits the amount of deliberate overt lies that media officials can tell by just by the name of it, not obviously how it tends to work out. I would be in favor of a law like this. I'm absolutely in favor of crippling right-wing media at the moment because all they do is spread lies and propaganda. However, by this law's wording, it doesn't do any of that. In fact, the mainstream media is immune to the law. They can lie happily. They can spread misinformation easily with no repercussions. It's not illegal for them. Who is illegal, it is illegal for, is people like you on social media. You can't spread misinformation, but Sky News, they sure as hell can. Even I can, because I'm considered a media personality. I broadcast myself talking about my political opinions. Therefore, I would fall under the protections of that bill. Well, obviously the left does spread lies, but not anywhere near as much as the right. It's not double standards. And by the way, when the left spreads lies, I call them out too. So take your double standards and actually pay attention, hold on to them, and then tell me if I'm still having double standards, right? As if I didn't yell and scream about Kamala Harris for the entire campaign, as if I wasn't yelling and screaming about Joe Biden being useless for months before that. No, come on, man. You can't just be contrarian and say, oh, well, there's a double standard. The left also spreads lies. What lies is the left spreading? You know what? Don't even answer that because I don't want to go into the brain rot of what the average American believes in our political system. Right now, at least. You can hold on to it. We're going to get to the United States. But first, I want to get through some of the good news coming out of Australia. And yeah, she ain't left. The left is anti-capitalist. Yeah, that's quite right, Lennon. I'm totally a capitalist, 100%.
This is public funding to make up.
Okay, sorry, I pressed play too early. So the third part of this is to publicly fund elections, as in your tax money goes into political campaigns so that you don't donate money and that corporations don't donate money. And the amount of money that is given to these campaigns and to the parties is equivalent to how many seats they actually win in an election.
These candidates and third-party groups can spend, and increases public funding to make up the shortfall based on the number of votes received plus administrative funding, while allowing new entrants and independents to receive donations of up to
Did I say something wrong? I said I was yelling and screaming about Kamala Harris being shitty for the entire span of the election cycle that she was the nominee for. If I said that wrong, that's what I meant to say.
$5,000.
And the final part of this that I quite like is it does allow donations for new entrants and new parties of up to $5,000 per person, so that this doesn't instantly block out the ability of anybody not already in politics, not any party that is existing in a historical sense, isn't already established. It allows people to come in and create a new party. It allows people to come in and run for office under a party and not have to worry about political donations from either super PAC. Well, we don't have super PACs here, but one of the main reasons for creating this was because of the fear of super PACs making their way over to Australia. But even without that, we do still have the wealthy spending money on elections. And this would get rid of their ability to do that. And it does look like it's going to pass. There's a decent amount of support for this.
New entrants and independents to receive donations of up to $5,000.
Which should be perfect
timing. The Liberal
timing.
Party has been part of the consultation and will consider the policy at a joint party room meeting on Monday night. but the government only needs the support of the Greens in the upper house to see it pass.
I think it will strengthen.
And here's where we come into issues, right? So the Liberal Party, our version of the Republicans, some of them are kind of on board with the idea. Some of them are not, mostly because this would hurt their electoral chances in the coming Australian election. The Green Party is our biggest risk here. Because we all know, like, the Green Party is pretty bad in America, right? That, like, Jill Stein is a grifter and they don't win and they don't actually care and they don't try and win. The Green Party in Australia is better, but a lot of it is still pretty much the same story here. The Greens do win, they hold seats, and they sometimes make an effort to make positive changes, but at the very least in this last couple of years, the role of the Green Party in Australia seems to be nothing but blocking the Labour government from being able to pass anything, and siding with the Liberals more often than not. The Green Party here is, like, regularly siding with the Liberals in order to block Labour legislation, and then Labour gets, media about, like, negative news articles written about them with headlines like, oh, Labour doesn't care about the working class and Labour won't do anything for you. Labour hasn't done anything, this, that, and the other thing. And it's not because they don't do anything. The Labour Party in Australia isn't great. It's better than the Democrats in America. It's better than the Labour Party in the UK. However, most Australians don't actually know about this. I saw a couple months ago a study that showed, like, it wasn't a study, but it was just counting the headlines of mainstream media, and it showed that mainstream media in Australia, by the way, hates China. Just think about it from the Trumpist, like, right Sky News perspective. That's kind of the main perspective we have on China, at least from the right of Australia. But if you look at the headlines in Australian media that mention China and that mention the Labour Party, there are more news articles written about how much they hate the Labour Party than about, like, Chinese fear-mongering. It's insane. I shall call the party Deus Ex Mortis Logica Obitent in Latin, means God of the Dead. Well, what party? Your party, my party, the Uniparty? Who knows? AOC asked her supporters why they both... Yeah, no, we're going to cover that too. We're going to cover that too. It is like the epitome of the meme of we taught a chimpanzee the politics of the median American voter and hanged itself. That is it. Have fun. Run for government, Genghis Khan. I don't care if you're running for the God of the Dead. I don't care what you're running as, saying that you are running to be. I care that you guys get interested in politics and enter the system. Because any of you in my chat right now are at the very least better than any of the politicians on, like, the right and most elected Democrats. Like 98, 99% of elected Democrats. I would trust you guys over them, so do it. But the point here is, when coming back to this law regarding the banning of political donations of money in politics in Australia, the Green Party are the ones that might just block this. The fact that there is Green Party, like, MPs out here talking about supporting this makes me feel a little comfortable, but I've learned to be cautious around trusting the Green Party in Australia to side with Labour for things that'll actually be good for the working class versus the economic, like, elite, the capital class. I would love to hear from those who voted for abortion rights and for Trump. Well, I mean, we already know what they say for profit media. Like, they're all over Twitter. People have asked them a bunch of times. It's a method of managing to cut parts of your thought process short and to not actually follow through with the full thought of, the full prediction of where the consequences of my decisions will lead. It is a purposeful, intentional ignoring of the downsides and of the contradictions to their beliefs. That's why those people who voted for both abortion rights and for Donald Trump more often than not voted for Donald Trump. But again, hold on to that thought. I have a few things to go through on that subject. But really, again, I'm gonna say I'll go on my Twitter. You might find a link there. You might find some stuff that I've retweeted or whatnot. Otherwise, I'll try and find one for you. But more important than that, I just want you guys to understand that really, more than anything else, this is the reason that people voted for Donald Trump. It's also the same reason people voted for Hitler. They find nothing unique about the Nazis' rise to power. Germans, like many other nationalities at many times, voted according to what they perceived as their economic self-interest. That's why. It's everything else is just secondary. That's the reason. Well, that and the like insane amount of lies that all these people believe that they are getting from right-wing media. Forced vote. What are you talking about? Forced voting. What are you talking about? How is that forced voting? They weren't forced to vote. The people in Nazi Germany voted because they wanted to, and they perceived it as economically beneficial. The same reason as the people in the United States voted for Trump. Most Democrats didn't vote. A lot of Republicans did. And the main reason that people say they voted for Trump was because they perceived it as economically beneficial. Anyway, this gives me hope that maybe we can prevent Dutton rising in Australia as well, because they'll use much of the same tactics that the American right used.
And faith in our political systems.
Oh, and there's more on that too.
And also ensure that our parliament is able to tackle the crises that we face without the influence of vested interests.
One of the biggest concerns of the draft bill was that it might lead to the type of third-party super PACs that wield so much influence on American politics. But by regulating the expenditure of external groups, the government has gained the support of many of those it was negotiating with.
We do believe that
it is really a matter of how this bill ends up being worded in its final form. But currently, this does produce protections from instances and organizations like super PACs rather than incentivizing their creation. But, you know, never trust liberals or the politicians in your country to not fuck it up for you. So be aware of that and keep paying attention.
Legislation now in its amended form, with its inclusion of a cap on third parties, is a strong mechanism to prevent what we see happening in the US happening here.
The government knows, though, that this type of reform may be challenged in the High Court. It wants the bill passed before the end of the year and for it to take effect on July 1, 9 months out from the next state election. Harvey Biggs.
Oh, if this is going to take effect on the 1st of July, that might not be enough time to actually help save our federal election here. Jesus Christ. And also true for-profit media. It's not about, like, Trump did get some...
Let's go to South Australia now, where the state...
Trump did get some new voters that, like, weren't initially part of his base, but not very many. Primarily the reason why the election ended up the way it did was because Democrats didn't vote, not because more people voted for Trump in, like, massive, large numbers. But so between this disruption to money in politics that is proposed, not passed yet, but also the ban on social media for those under 16, as well as the misinformation bill being applied, are three things that are really going to piss off Elon Musk. So I would be prepared to just start seeing random tweets from Elon talking shit about Australia quite soon. I would not think that it'll take all that long for him to work his way up to that. And honestly, I'm waiting for the day. It'll be very funny. It'll be very, very, very funny. Now, whether or not it's actually harmful to us, that's a whole other story. We'll see. Now, again, this isn't new. This is from 4 months ago. And the only reason I want to play this clip as well is because this has the actual MP, Peter Malinakis, who's actually the MP for Adelaide, which is in my state. So I want to hear what he has to say. He's not an MP, is he? Hold on, I'll have to look that one up.
South Australia now, where the state government is introducing a new bill to ban political donations.
He's the Premier, not the he is an MP. Never mind. Is that what a Premier is? I thought a Premier was like the governor. Never mind.
Is a world first. For more, we are joined by the Premier, Peter Malinakis. Premier, good morning.
Friggin' English people and their weird words for government that don't make sense to Americans.
Morning, James.
Do you think taxpayers are going to be happy to stump up extra public money to go to political parties to run election campaigns?
They would.
Well, James, taxpayers already publicly fund election campaigns in every state around the country and indeed at a federal level as well. What we're seeking to do is eliminate the practice of politicians spending their time fundraising. We are removing money from private donors from politics, and I think that's something that the community has wanted to see for some
Jeez, those are some loud birds. Christ.
time. I don't think the people of South Australia want their Premier or their local MP spending time, you know, having lunches and dinners with donors. They'd rather their MPs spending time engaging with constituents, and that's what this facilitates.
Sure, I think it's going to be more expensive, though, than the current system, but we're a little bit short on time.
Okay, first of all, right there, you can see the framing of, like, the liberal establishment media there. That's fucking horseshit. Yes, it is slightly more expensive to have publicly funded elections. Who gives a shit? It's not even that much more, like, the amount that, like, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I know for a fact that it's not much, because you don't actually need that much money to run a political campaign. More often than not, you would have nothing to spend that money on besides just extra advisors, extra consultants, which, like, look where that got the Democrats. The consultants don't actually help. And aside from that, it's just ads. And this is Australia, not America. Our election season doesn't last a full year. We don't need money for the elections that badly. Public funding is perfectly fine. And as Peter Malinakis said, we do already do this for state level elections regularly. Exactly, so the perceived gains for Trump are really losses for Democrats. Well, like, he did gain some. He did gain with Latino men and with black men as well. Not as much as with Latino men, but he also gained with young voters. He did gain, just not anywhere near as much as they are pretending that he did. But yes, really, it's the Democrats didn't show up to vote, and we talked about at length why that happened, and Bernie Sanders is still out there talking about it, and he's correct. What else is Gina going to spend their money on? Nothing.
It's been more than 2 years since you promised this. There's been a lot of debate as to whether or not this is going to infringe on Australia's implied freedom of political communication. A High Court challenge is...
It's implied. What does that have to do with anything? There isn't an actual, like, law that says that this is the case. And also, what, political freedom of the corporate people, like the bourgeoisie? This does not infringe on the political beliefs, behavior, or rhetoric, or any ability to do so of political candidates. In fact, there's significant, like, secondary additions to this bill that specifically are there to help the average political candidate. This is fucking stupid. And it's a lie. This is the news show I watch every morning. Well, I mean, ABC is like the least Hitlerian you're going to get in Australia, so I don't blame you. But yeah, even them, like, even the Australian media is so much worse than the American media. But honestly, we're all kind of coalescing into the same kind of environment of everything's a lie and nobody's telling you the truth. And it's going to get so much worse everywhere in the world, let alone just in the US. And no, we don't need a Malay. Fuck Malay. And our anarcho-capitalism does not work. It never has. Look at Argentina's economy right now, Genghis Khan.
Do you think these laws will stand up?
And also true for profit media.
Look, I hope so. We've sought to craft the legislation in accordance with the best legal advice we can get our hands on in order to get that balance right. We're not seeking to exclude new entrants. In fact, the legislation as we have drafted it actively encourages new entrants to participate in the process.
Well, ABC in Australia is on top. It is the best you can get right now, but they do have, like, it's not perfect, you know. There is Murdoch influence in the ABC as well. In fact, like, let me pull some stuff up on that for later, but I've seen, like, I don't know enough about how that's going down because it involves people and their positions and, like, former companies moving from other news, like, media companies that are owned by News Corp and by Murdoch to the ABC. Yes, that's what that is what you're, you know, also referring to. So it's the same concept. So it's not perfect, but the ABC is the best that you can get in Australia. I do agree with that 100%. Other than that, none of them are really worth watching. I'll have a look at 9 every now and again. but I mean, they're also owned by billionaires, regardless of whether it's Murdoch or not, who's like the worst person that you could have your media owned by. It doesn't particularly matter. And when the right takes power in a country such as like America, for example, do you think that you're going to see much of a difference between something like MSNBC or CNN and Fox News in a year? I wouldn't. Look at his facial hair. Nobody with a cut that outdated by 200 years should be given power. He's already in power. Guy's the premier of South Australia.
They will retain their ability to fundraise, but we're trying to get a balance right here, James. And you know what we're doing at the heart.
Yeah, but that's international news. We're talking about like Australian local news.
It is trying to improve people's confidence in the political process, knowing that money has been removed from the equation. And heaven forbid, it's the power of people's ideas that win the day, rather than the size of their war chest.
Someone was talking about Malay. So the point here is that this is true. I am significantly more comfortable with an election if I know that there isn't millions, if not like tens of millions of dollars being spent by the rich to specifically influence the outcome. I don't want Elon Musk to run Australia. What? What'd I say? The fucking anarcho-capitalist from Argentina. He's insane.
On this, I know that you'd like to see some sort of action at a federal level as well. There's been a bit of debate about that and committees looking at it, but political donations are going to continue to be allowed at a federal level.
Federally, we're not going to see this. This is still really good for state level politics, though. As a lot of you in America can probably tell, the decisions that state level politics makes are sometimes arguably even more important than the federal government, depending on who's in power and what the state is and what the actual decisions are. A lot of these can influence and impact a lot more people's lives than vague federal legislation that is then interpreted by the states. I think Australia needs to introduce U.S. democracy to the sausage sizzle. The democracy sausage. I agree, except I'm not sure you could ever get Americans on board with calling a hot dog a sausage. And yes, I know there is a difference between a hot dog and a sausage. I've been yelled at by Aussies for that enough. I don't care. They're all the same thing. A hot dog is a sausage and a sausage is a hot dog.
So what sort of measures are in place to ensure that, say, money donated to a Labor Senate candidate in South Australia isn't then funneled later into a state campaign?
Yeah, what the legislation, or the legislation
and this is
specifically
also quite
contemplates
important,
that, and it requires political parties that operate at a state and a federal level, which clearly the Labor and the Liberal parties do, that they have a very clear, two separately audited accounts in terms of how money comes in and where money goes out. And in the case of the Labor Party in my own state, for instance, that will require a very clear, audited, independently audited separation to make sure that the state parliamentary election campaign is entirely distinct in terms of its...
Honestly, like, just hearing all of this is common sense legislation that should be passed both at the state level in South Australia, but also federally throughout Australia, and then also federally throughout, like, the United States. Fuck money in politics. Bernie Sanders was talking about it literally today. That was one of the, like, only posts that he made on Twitter. Do you like the classic onion sauce and bread? Yeah, I like everything. Put it all on there. Fill up that bread. It is weird to me though that like, it's not a bun. It's a square piece of bread that y'all fold in half like a bun to function as a bun, and I will never understand that. But speaking of, like, you know, money in politics, I don't think libs need direct donations when Murdoch does all for free. Well, yeah, exactly, but they still get them.
We need an agenda that says to the working class, we're going to take on these powerful special interests and create an economy and a government that works for you. And by the way, that can't happen unless you get big money out of politics. We got to get rid of the Citizens United Supreme Court decision so billionaires do not continue to buy elections.
My hope for this in America is dramatically lower than it was a month ago, but take a lesson, guys. You know, like, make this shit happen in your country. Go call your, like, like your MPs in Australia. Go call your MPs in the UK, in France. Call your government officials that represent you and tell them you want this. Do it every day. Annoy the fuck out of them. Email them. Set up a bot to keep emailing them until they answer you. Make this a thing that happens, that occurs before it's too late. We need it. And hot take, require all food and restaurant companies to label their food as halal or kosher. Well, actually, I agree with that very, very strongly. I think that would be great. Also, it would help like prevent companies from being able to lie about it, because if every company is required to label their food as halal or kosher,
Brace yourselves.
that means that there will also be a system of looking into these claims and making sure that they are actually true, because right now you don't know. It could say that, you know, it could say that it's halal or kosher, and it might not actually be. Kind of like how multivitamins in the US don't actually need to have anything in them because they're not regulated by the FDA. I've had a couple French chatters before, yeah. So now then, the election has begun here. Not quite. It hasn't even really been announced. We don't know when the election is, but they're absolutely fully campaigning. They've been for a little while, but they've been waiting, I guess, until the media environment settled after the US election to really push into the campaigning. It's not looking good, guys.
Brace yourselves. Our politicians appear to have entered campaign mode. Peter Dutton was branded arrogant by the PM, but the opposition leader thinks he will have the last laugh thanks to voters.
The Prime Minister is trying to shut down speculation on when a federal election will be, and yet you could be forgiven for thinking a campaign is already underway. The Prime Minister was literally out kissing babies today. He was
For-profit media, whether you're talking about America or Australia right now, neither of those are possibilities of things that anyone can do, especially not the Labour Party in Australia at this point in time. But yes, I do agree. We do need to defund a lot of this misinformation media. We need to cripple right-wing media because that's the only way democracy will survive. I was saying it before the election. I'm going to continue to say it now.
In Tasmania, announcing two key candidates. One is the state's former Labor leader, the other is a current federal senator. The opposition leader, on the other hand, was in Queensland in a seat the Libs lost to the Greens last time around. He's seeking inspiration from the US election, which was won on tough border policy and the...
Told you that they were waiting for the environment to settle after the US election so that the Liberals here could lean into American politic rhetoric, because a lot of Australians follow American politics much closer than they follow Australian politics. In fact, Australians often get confused. I've had Australians tell me, like, you know, the First Amendment says that I have the right to freedom of speech. Like, motherfucker, no, you don't. That's not your country. You're talking about the wrong country's constitution. Capitalist money games, no private individual shows own or control our media. I agree. That's the best way to go.
Economy, saying American and Australian families are hurting from inflation.
Incumbent governments that don't read the room and don't understand the priorities that people have will be punished for it.
Peter Dutton is an arrogant leader who thinks he can sail through an election without being fair dinkum with the Australian people.
God, I love Australian slang. Fair dinkum.
About how much his plan for nuclear energy will cost.
The opposition had fresh ammunition this afternoon, with 4 foreign nationals found on Croker Island, which is about 250 kilometres northeast.
Fucking already with the immigrant fear-mongering. That's what we're gonna do. That's our election season, is the same exact rhetoric that you guys had, just on this side of the world. And again, unfortunately, because the average Australian pays more attention to American politics than Australian politics, it's going to be kind of difficult to convince these people to not vote against their own self-interest. It is helpful that we have, you know, ranked choice voting, but also a lot of young people here think that voting for the Green Party is better than voting for the Labour Party, which it just objectively isn't. Their rhetoric is better, their actions are not. And so I am also quite worried. I'd be interested in to see if there's a correlation between the US government and Australian government types elected. Well, I mean, we could look at, let's see, results over the last 10 elections. And I'll look up the historic US presidential results, and then we'll look up historic Australian federal election results, 10 years. This is actually quite an interesting question, so I am curious to see how this ended up. You might have to explain to me which of these categories is like the right one to look at, though, because it's like the House of Representatives, sure, and then we have our Senate, but oh yes, because we don't pick a president, we pick a majority of the parliament, and then they form a coalition. Forgot for a second. I want all private funding to be removed from elections. I'm fed up with their bigwigs paying MPs to move forward. Yes, exactly. I'm saying the same exact thing, and I'm really glad that at the very least South Australia is trying. So this is going back to 1910. Let's go up to here we go. Jesus. All right. Well, we got Republicans winning in 2020, and in 2022 we had Labor win. Prior to that, we had Dem win, which resulted in a Liberal win. Prior to that, we also had another Republican win, which consistently stayed at Liberal. So no, not really. Not much of a correlation here. 2007 to 2008 does correlate, but there's no pattern. So I find it almost impossible to have a discussion about someone with someone in Australia about politics without the overarching agenda being extremely prevalent. This is true. Unfortunately, it is just a fact that our political environment is incredibly strongly influenced by the United States. Nobody should own or control the media. Capitalists use their vast amounts of wealth to push forward their agenda. True. Again, true. We've had this discussion at length, and nobody has been able to provide me with any kind of reasoning that makes me change my mind in that you should not have a news media that is politically partisan and owned and run for profit also being allowed to spread deliberate lies knowingly and willingly. If you're going to have privately funded news media, there has to be some form of regulation to prevent that from happening. And on the other end, it's just there's no good answer as to why we should allow this. Yeah, look, it is good that there isn't a correlation because many Australians, even many right-wing Australians, don't like Donald Trump. Even Australians that would have liked the entire policy platform of the Republicans this time around do not like Donald Trump. And I'm hoping that maybe this brings like a little bit of a social factor into the election here. Well, backgas, they also are doing that. In fact, in this exact bill that we were talking about. So
east of Darwin, they've apparently told locals they paid someone to take them to Australia.
Oh, Lennon.
The opposition's seized on this as an opportunity to paint Labor as weak on borders. The federal government claims no people smugglers have been successful under its watch. We're told the 4 men are no longer in the country, but the political ramifications will linger as we head towards an election.
Speaking of the Communist Party, though, I will tell you that there is a person who won election this year in America for the American Communist Party. I'm trying to remember find his name. Chris Hillali. Let's see. I mean, okay, this is a channel called
I'm just getting news
Midwestern Marks, so I'm not sure how credible this is. But yes, an American Communist Party did win an election. Unfortunately, they won't win any more than that.
Well, that Chris Halali.
Oh, those are absolutely QAnon people.
Someone who has been
Cheeseburger Murph.
instrumental in trying to create peace and communication between Russia and the United States. Someone who has long defended the Donbass region, a region that lost.
Oh, great. Okay, this is like a pro-Russia communist. Good to know. Hell, even when the communists win, it has to be a goddamn pro-Russian communist.
15,000 of its people because of the U.S.-sponsored counter-revolution, the Maidan coup in Kiev in this.
No, I can't watch this, man. Come on, you don't believe that, right? Although it is a decent segue though, because considering we're just bringing up Ukraine and Russia, this came out today, and I find this interesting. Now, this is interesting for many reasons. First of all, because it came from Boris Johnson, who, like, I don't know why it came from Boris Johnson, considering he's a disgraced former prime minister, not currently the PM. But if the US pulls out of support for Ukraine, according to Boris Johnson, UK troops will come in and fight against the, like, I guess, against the Russians. I don't know what this does with NATO. I don't know if this actually even means anything. This probably just means nothing, honestly. I don't see this happening even if the US pulls out. I don't even see this happening if the US pulls out and Boris Johnson miraculously becomes the prime minister again. Who the hell knows? I heard that Trump, once in power, is going to try and force a vote of no confidence in the British Labour Party, thereby triggering another UK election. This is just propaganda BS, or is this true? Do you know? I haven't heard that specific claim, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did try. Not to say that, like, the UK Labour Party is anything close to its, like, former self and is even a threat to Donald Trump and his agenda, but they, the Republicans don't want any dissent, and they don't want any form of argument being broadly talked about in the media. And if an ally, hypothetically, was to dislike some policies, that would end up being talked about in the media. So I could see this happening. I could see them at least attempting it. Whether it's successful or not, who knows? The UK political system is not great, so try your best to prevent that from happening. Well, they're tanky MLs, but that's pro-Russian rhetoric, Lenin. Claiming that, like, the US started the Ukraine war is not just being an ML, that's being pro-Russian. Yeah, Alan Lichtman has put out a couple stuff, and I have tended to agree with a lot of his opinions on how this change in what our perspective of the country and of who is the correct person to vote for came about. And it is, a lot of it is misinformation. Like I said this yesterday, this is why I'm okay with minors. Like, we talked about 16 and under, and I said 18 and under should just be banned from social media. It's for that exact reason. And on top of that, it is still, again, the Democrats ignored the working class, and the working class did not show up to vote. It is more so that than it is the misinformation. But, well, like, that's the thing, Lenin. That's why I respect you, is because you're an ML, and I don't really like ML ideology, but you're not a pro-Russian ML, which means you, at the very least, can create your own belief system based on information that you come across to and you engage with, not what someone else has told you to. Any ML that I meet that's just pro-Russia, pro-China, I know that they're not coming up with their opinions on their own. He's an academic, and I could see how logically he came to that conclusion after reviewing his prediction results. I didn't really, like, I did not care about his, like, opinions before the election. I've looked into this, like, the 13 keys system that he had, and it kind of seemed pseudoscientific to me more so than science. But even he said that his system was incorrect, not his application of it after the fact. So who knows? I was talking to a bloke on Rust last night that has family, and he reckons it'll do nothing because the problem is YouTube Shorts, and that won't change. Well, yes, the part of the problem is YouTube Shorts. I disagree. I think it will change. I think being able to cut off access for a lot of people, and yes, currently it's just that you can't make an account, doesn't mean you can't access the site, but that might not be the case when they pass the bill and they put in the extra safeguards in it. Actually, we'll hold off on Zelensky's conversation there, but yeah, so UK, y'all might be going to war with Russia. If this was to happen, I assume this would also drag NATO in, but this is also assuming that NATO even still exists after like day one of the Trump presidency. Is Slava Boo a slur? I feel like that's kind of a slur. I probably shouldn't have even said it, but isn't that Australia? Well, no, not necessarily. We're part of the Commonwealth, but if the UK sends like soldiers into Ukraine, doesn't mean that Australia will as well. Australia is trending closer to the US, not to the UK. Now, let me pull up a couple more stuff because we got some news about Russia to talk about today. We're already technically at war with Russia. British tanks are already on the ground in Ukraine. Yes, but not Russian, not British soldiers in those tanks. However, I am inclined to believe your opinion and agree with it that we are at war with Russia broadly, and I'll show you why. So this came out yesterday, and it is insane. It is like genuine. This is absolutely insane. So, is this not the full? Oh my goodness. Give me a second. Let me find the actual full goddamn message. But essentially what it is, this is from Nikolai Patrushev, who is a former FSB agent. The man is in it with that of the spy services of Russia, very close with Putin. This was released saying, Nikolai Patrushev agreed that Trump, when he was still the candidate, made many statements critical of destructive foreign and domestic policies pursued by the current administration. Moscow, November 11th. In his future policies, including those on the Russian track, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump will rely on commitments to the forces that brought him to power, rather than on election pledges. Russian presidential aide Nikolai Patrushev told the Daily Kommersant in an interview, quote, "The election campaign is over," Patrushev noted. To achieve success in the election, Donald Trump relied on certain forces to which he has corresponding obligations. As a responsible person, he will be obliged to fulfill them. He has agreed that Trump, when he was still a candidate, quote, made many, many statements critical of the destructive foreign and domestic policies pursued by the current administration. But very often election pledges in the United States can diverge from subsequent actions, essentially saying, we own you, and Donald Trump will do what we tell Donald Trump to do because we're the reason that he is in power. We are the reason that America believes what it believes. We are the reason why 90 bomb threats got called into polling stations in swing states. We are the reason why your country now belongs to us. You voted to give us power. This is what it says. I can not confirm this, obviously, but we all over here pretty much believe the British SAS are also in Ukraine, but I could be wrong. Yes, but again, that's like a lot of Americans think that the CIA is in Ukraine, and they might be right, but we don't have no evidence of the fact anyway. The Soviets were always impoverished in the last century. Yeah, but that was their own fault for a decent amount of like the context that does apply to. Not quite 100% accurate on either of you, Captain or Lenin, but both of you are somewhat correct in instances, but I also agree that like Putin or Lenin Stalin or Lenin were not good leaders for their country, and the Soviet Union was pretty impoverished. I just do think that it was their own fault, as in their leaders' own fault. And this is why I don't like the idea of forming a government through the forces of revolution, because that may not have happened if that was done correctly. It's just a matter of how are we able to enact these policies and bring about socialism. And again, not at the moment, none of this is going to happen anyway. But besides this, besides Russia just saying, hey, we own you now, also what happened yesterday is they aired nude pictures of Melania Trump. So it's, hey, look, we have nude photos of your wife and we're going to show them to our entire country. And also to the American people, yeah, we own your leader and there's nothing you can do about it. And we're going to be really mask off and clear about the fact that we own you, not just your leader. You live in the USSA. Welcome, comrade. You're Russian now. It is like this alone is incredibly disrespectful. And theoretically, if we were not owned by them, could be enough for someone like Donald Trump to do some stupid shit that leads to war over this if they were the enemy. Obviously, they're not the enemy. They're the master. So this isn't going to lead to anything. This is just saying, you're a dog. Look, everyone, look, he's our dog. This is an act of war. Like under any normal circumstance, this is an act of war. Oh, and then we do have a small statement from Zelensky. Poor guy, sorry you're screwed in a couple months, but for now.
President Zelensky, thank you so much. Before you go, if you want to share, what keeps you going? Do you ever feel...
For-profit media, TYT, is not where you go to talk about Marxism. None of them are Marxists. What are you talking... And like, if you want to debate actual Marxists, good luck finding them. Again, most Marxists don't know what Marxism is. And secondly, no one's running away from the topic. It's just not worth talking about right now. Well, like, because they just don't like the... First of all, Anna Kasparian is a right-winger now. So, like, are you surprised?
Defeated.
I have a lot
Lenin
of power.
has... I've explained it in not as much detail before. Go read Marx if you want to explain, if you want an explanation that makes sense to you. Go read Marx. The guy wrote like more than a couple thousand pages on the subject.
But even feeling strong and have a lot of energy, it doesn't mean that we want to fight all our life, because the price is high, like I said, because the war takes the best of us, the best heroes, the best men, women, children. That's it. But we are not ready to give our freedom to this terrorist Putin. That's it.
Base.
That's why we are.
He is a fucking terrorist. Poor guy. Like, you know, you're kind of screwed. And also, our last bit of news, just on Russia for now. This came out just this morning while I was getting ready for stream. North Korea has confirmed a mutual defense pact with Russia, state media reported on Tuesday. The decision came after weeks of cooperation, including sending including sending thousands of North Korean troops to Russia to support them in the war against Ukraine. It also marks the deepening security cooperation between the two countries. Not surprising at all that they would move to like a actual security pact. They're much more openly working together than they were. And with Donald Trump in office, there is not really much of a risk of escalation for any of them. They're all just going to kind of get to do whatever the hell they want now. I think the majority of Brits would support our country going to war with Russia to defend Ukraine. Well, actually, yeah, I also support going to war with Russia to stop, not even just to defend Ukraine, just to stop Russia. I don't want to, you know, like, the Russian people aren't evil, but their government sure as hell is. And Ukraine is not the only country they're going after. I mean, look at Georgia. We need to put a stop to them because, as we can see, they're now gathering alliances even more so. BRICS is going to become stronger over the next couple years. They own America. So yeah, take them the fuck out. They're also just Nazis anyway. That's the thing. We fought, I don't necessarily want imperialism, but I do want a coup at the very least. I want the Russian government removed, and then we can figure out what we do after that, in that we sit there and we do imperialism for 5 to 10 years and help create an actual government, not in the way that we did in Iraq, but like an actual way, you know, a method in which we deploy effort instead of pretending that we do and saying that we do. We can do that. And also, like, again, I've said this before, it's not a requirement to have a full-scale military conflict to coup the Russian government. Much of the Russian government doesn't like the Russian government. And leave their resources alone. Yeah, I would say don't pillage if we're going to do that. But, like, there is a way to achieve the goal of removing the Russian government from power. And yes, a coup is a better way to do it. And again, you don't need to, like, the coup doesn't even need to be from the outside. We can send in people that just get them to do the coup. The Russian government doesn't like the Russian government. The oligarchs don't like Putin. Although now they might, because, you know, I mean, you just bought the United States. Now we might actually need to send in, like, I don't know, a couple teams of like 5 to 10 special forces with like CIA in there to try and make it happen. But we could make it happen. That's the thing. We can make it happen. The only military infrastructure that Russia is in any way competent in is cyber warfare. Their actual, like, in-presence military defense doctrine, their military is already just decimated anyway, because it's all the only people that are left are prisoners that were conscripted or like teenagers. And beyond that, their state media is already feeding them the lies. Just follow their lies and then hide behind them. The way that they do to us, we can use their tactics behind them. Yeah, well, we're the USSA in the way that, like, the CCP is the CCP, you know what I mean? We're not actually socialist or communist, but neither are they. We just put the word in there. It doesn't matter. It's good messaging. It's good messaging. Imagine a teacher in class facing a question, what is a free market? No, I'm not answering this right now. For profit media. Like, why are you so obsessed with this subject? Like, I understand that you want to have a conversation about it and you want to know more about it, but what is this going to do for us right now? We can't move forward on this. There's nothing that any American can do right now that'll bring the country any closer to that of socialism or a non-free market capitalist society. What does it matter right now? Right? I feel like we have more important things to worry about. There's much more pressing issues. And because it makes them, like, it fits with the narrative, the captain. That's why they also pretend to have democracy. Well, no, that's not dismissive or disrespectful. You said that no one would explain it to you. So we told you to read Marx because he's the guy who wrote it. I disagree with that entirely. Go read Marx. Guy wrote several books on the subject. Oh yeah, absolutely. United show of force between the UK and US combined? Fuck that even. Take the US out of the picture, back guys. A combined show of force between NATO minus the US. Still same outcome. The EU, not even NATO, same outcome. Anyway, so be aware that from now on, we're going to see a lot more of North Korea hanging around with the Russians, and they're going to be generally something that we deal with together. Now, I'm just getting all of the international stuff out of the way first so that we can move into the US political section and go from there. I do want to educate, but not on this right now. I'm educating on other things right now. Again, if it's not useful, then I don't think that it's worth talking about it right now. If it's relevant, sure. We're going through, like, the news of the day. Anyway, speaking of news of the day, they're all really the same. Every single one of these guys, every single one of these authoritarian leaders in every goddamn country, they're all exactly the same. This is in Turkish, so I'm not going to play it because none of you guys will understand it. But, you know, as long as God grants us life and our nation approves, we will continue to serve Turkey and the Turkish nation, says the man who was prime minister and then president and then became prime minister again and then became president again, and also like lengthened the amount of time that someone could serve in like politics in Turkey. Even I don't even think he's actually allowed to run again, even by like the amendments that he had put on. It would require another constitutional amendment, which he had already done previously when he went from the prime minister to the president. He did a constitutional amendment essentially making the president role a figurehead, and the prime minister role the figurehead, moving all the powers of the prime minister to the presidency and then moving him back and forth. It's just his own personal like government, and they're all the same. They all behave exactly the same. They all say the same things. It's really, really, really clear. And yeah, like again, one last time, I agree with don't agree with Putin here. I agree with Lenin here in that step one of learning about Marxism and talking about Marxism is to read Marx.
There's already been...
Even just like the first capital, maybe not like all three, but read the rhetoric first, the literature, and then you'll understand it, and then we can have a conversation based on it. But every time I've tried to have a conversation with you on the subject, it has been, I have to explain everything from the very beginning, the bottom up, and I don't have like the time, effort, or enough care in my brain to do that. And most people don't either. If you want to learn about it and you want to talk about it, you should have some form of a base understanding of it. And the only real way that you can guarantee to have a base understanding of it is to read it from the source.
One deal reached at this year's climate summit.
Again, it's been years since I've read Marx. If you want to talk about it with me properly, I have to reread Marx. So, and you're asking me to like talk about this in a manner I'm not comfortable with talking about it without having reread the text. Unfortunately, it's 3 books like this big, and I don't have time. Yes, but reading about it in a scenario in which you're forced to read about it and reading about it and doing critical thinking on the subject are different things. Come on, use your brain. You know that there's a difference. Yeah, and you know that there's a difference in how people learn when they're forced to do something and when they actually do it with the intention of wanting to do it themselves. This is the last thing I'm saying on the subject. I'm done on that.
Countries have agreed on new standards for carbon offsets, which means a UN-backed carbon market can be opened. They'll also sign off on which country will host the Global Climate Fund.
Oh, actually, speaking of this we're going to tie this into American politics for a second because I forgot that there was a very important thing that came out just today that relates exactly into the permanent financial crisis due to climate change.
But the key question this year is how much money will be in that fund. Basically, how much will rich countries pay poor countries to deal with climate change, and how will they pay it? UN officials say these payments are not charity. They're an investment in both physical and financial security, saying the climate crisis, if not addressed, will lead to an unending cost of living crisis.
As if anyone with a brain could see a future that didn't result in this if we just don't do anything about climate change. But yeah, at least I'm glad even if America's backed out of it, everyone else hasn't just gone, okay, we don't have to, pretend anymore either.
Economy, supply chain shocks raise costs.
And to be fair, we haven't backed out of it.
Decimated harvests push up food prices everywhere. Destroyed homes increase insurance premiums everywhere. And this is a story of avoidable injustice.
You can study for IQ tests, right? They don't test your intelligence.
The rich cause the problem, the poor pay the highest price.
As is always the case.
Unless all countries can slash emissions deeply, every country and every household will be hammered even harder than they currently are. We'll be living in a permanent inflationary nightmare.
The European Union has committed $31 billion to the fund at this summit, saying it's more than Europe's fair share. And the United Kingdom has announced an improved emissions reduction target of 81% by 2035. But many leaders, including those from the United States, China and the EU, are absent and hanging.
So, like, what they have is okay. It's like, it's all right. It's not good enough. But again, how could it be when some of the largest economies and also producers of emissions in the world are not going to be taking part in this?
Over the summit is the need to achieve as much as possible before Donald Trump takes office and tries to pull the United States out of international climate agreements.
Well, on that subject, at the very least, there's a very interesting bit of news, something that you, like, at least that I didn't expect, in that ExxonMobil's, like, executives are opposed to Donald Trump pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement. Essentially, the reasoning here is that they want to be able to do carbon capture to profit from that as well, and pulling us out of the Paris Climate Agreement would not help them make more profit on both spewing like dirty fumes into the environment and then also being paid to clean it up, which is what they would like to do. So again, here we go. A second U.S. exit from the Paris Climate Agreement will have profound implications for the United States' effort to reduce its own emissions for international efforts to combat climate change. An ExxonMobil spokesperson told CNN, "We advocate for policy that accounts for security, affordability, reliability, and environmental stewardship, not drastic changes that could hinder the progress being made today." Now, obviously, ExxonMobil could not give less of a fuck about security, affordability, reliability, or environmental stewardship, but it is about money. Again, they want more money, and they can make more money. But how do you get X percentage on an IQ instead of numbers that exceed 100? I have no idea, because it probably wasn't a real IQ test. And also, like, IQ tests aren't necessarily real anyway. They're real in a very vague way, in that they don't mean much of anything at all. Now then, off from the UN, let's move on to Israel. Fun times. So, Mike Huckabee has been named as the U.S. ambassador to Israel by Donald Trump. Here's him in 2017 saying there's no such thing as a West Bank.
There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as a settlement. They're communities, they're neighborhoods, they're cities. There's no such thing as an occupation. There is no.
So, yeah, for everyone who thought that maybe Trump might be better on Gaza,
what I think I found particularly.
There's that for you. By the way, this happened today. Very loud. Just, you know, kids in school learning. Out the window. First of all, you can see very clearly that that is a residential area. Oh, come on. There we go. That is a residential area. So, not that we didn't know that they're hitting residential areas. They know that they're hitting residential areas.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Kana Whitworth here in Los Angeles.
They're not even really trying to lie about it. By the way, here is a bit more on Mike Huckabee, the new U.S. ambassador to Israel.
And we begin here with President-elect Donald Trump rapidly filling his second administration as he hopes to return to the White House. Trump just a short time ago announcing he's nominated.
We have a lot of updates on people who are now either slated to enter the administration or have been confirmed to. We're going to go over each of the ones that came out today. If anything, if I've missed anything, it'll either be next stream or from last stream.
Former Arkansas governor, Republican Governor Mike Huckabee to be U.S. ambassador to Israel. Now, that's a key position as tensions soar in the Middle East. Sources also telling ABC News the president-elect is expected to appoint Republican Florida Senator Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State. Now, it's all part of a
He's already been confirmed to be the Secretary of State. Marco Rubio is the next Secretary of State for the U.S., which is going to be interesting. The residential area bombing, sure, I'll link it. It's all over Twitter, though. It's not, it is not something that is difficult to find. Here you go. Now, Again, Marco Rubio is the Secretary of State. Most of these people have been confirmed. We know for a fact that Susie Wiles, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Mike Walls, and Marco Rubio are all in the administration. We can also pretty safely bet that Elise Stefanik and Lee Zeldin are all in the administration as well. All of these people are pretty terrible. Funny enough, though, most of these guys are neocons, for like minus, I guess, Stephen Miller, who's just a Nazi, and Tom Homan, who's just another Nazi. The rest of these people are all neocons. So they're calling him Neocon Don on Twitter right now. The right is, that is. And that makes me happy.
Staffing decisions, including Republican Florida Congressman Mike Waltz as a national security advisor and former New York Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin to head the EPA. Now, this as Trump prepares to return to the White House for the first time in 4 years tomorrow for a meeting with President Biden. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is joining me now live from West Palm Beach, Florida, tracking this Trump transition. And we keep mentioning here, it is certainly happening rapidly. Selena, what are we learning about Trump's new key appointments here?
Yeah, Kana, this is happening so swiftly and much faster than 8 years ago when Trump was assembling his team. So he's clearly learned lessons. And what is evident is that he is picking loyalists around him, people who he believes are going to carry out his demands. Now,
well, and to be fair, that is a large part of why the people that are being picked are neocons, is because they are loyal, not because their opinions are good, not because anyone really cares what they have to think. At this point, you get the job and you do the job that you're given. No one really wants your opinion. The people who have the opinions are already in power. And we'll see a bit more of that as we go through as well.
The latest appointment we heard about was the ambassador to Israel. This is, of course, critical as the conflict continues to rage in the Middle East. And he's picked the former Arkansas governor, Mike Huckabee, who is a staunch defender of Israel and has also expressed support for the Israeli settlement movement. Now, we're also learning about other top foreign policy positions. Sources tell us that he's expected to name Senator Marco Rubio as his Secretary of State. Now, this is really seen, Kana, as a more establishment, conventional pick. Rubio has deep foreign policy experience.
It's not an establishment pick. That's not why Marco Rubio is being picked for this. There is, when we get to Rubio, we'll dive a bit deeper into it, but it is specific reasoning that Marco Rubio was picked. It is specific reasoning in how he relates to specific countries that our relationship with is going to change. Specific countries with which we have, well, not we, but the Trump administration has presiding beef from their last administration, but also plans for in the future. None of these picks, none of them are random. All of them make sense because it's not Trump making the picks. That's why they're not random. You have to think about this from the perspective of, like, I hate talking about it like there's a deep state, but there is a deep state. It's just not very deep. It's fucking Russia's government and the bourgeoisie. That's the deep state.
He sits on that Senate Intelligence Committee as well as that Foreign Relations Committee. He's a hawk on China, Iran, and Venezuela. While he did have a testy relationship.
Well, I mean, there you go. There's Iran, Venezuela, China, and also Turkey. Things, countries in which Marco Rubio has issues with, and countries in which the Trump administration has issues with. Although China, I feel like, is less of a actual issue. I feel like Donald Trump mainly pretends to not like China, whereas he very, very much likes China, and China owns Putin, and Putin owns Trump, and therefore all of us are owned by China, really.
Donald Trump back in 2016 when they were rivals. They've since grown very close, and Rubio has also campaigned for Donald Trump out on the trail earlier this year. Now, this comes on top of Donald Trump. He is formally appointing...
Oh, and just to be clear, when I say China owns Putin and Russia, my reasoning for that is that's the only way that they've managed to survive and their economy is still, like, able to be referred to as an economy, is because China sells them shit. They're sanctioned by everybody else. Well, not everybody else, but China is still the main person that they buy shit from because China sells everybody everything. They make everything. Whereas who are other countries that Russia's able to trade with that have large production quotas and can export into Russia? Not very many. Even BRICS countries, many of them are still US allies and therefore would not go against those sanctions. So
Congressman Mike Waltz as his national security advisor.
Another
Waltz is
Hitler.
also a China hawk. He has expressed
Actually, not
support.
Hitler. This one's just another neocon, but will become Hitler as we go through. Now, I just really wanted to get the rundown on Huckabee. We were going to go through the rest of the staff picks all at once, but might as well finish while we're at it.
Support for aid to Ukraine in the past, but has also said that Europeans need to step it up.
And Selena, it sounds like Trump is going to head to the White House tomorrow to meet with President Biden, but that he also may stop and meet with some House Republicans as well. What's the latest on what we know tomorrow?
Yeah, well, we know that he's expected to meet with President Biden at the Oval Office at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And this is going to be a big moment. It will show the world that there's going to be a smooth transition of power in the United States.
It's fucking ridiculous. I can't do it. When we start talking about a smooth transition of power, it starts to make me lose my mind a little bit, because there should be no instance in which Donald Trump shows up at the White House and is not arrested by, like, Joe Biden, if Joe Biden was A, coherent, and B, cared. Because clearly he doesn't care. One last thing on Israel. Actually, two last things, because I didn't realize we were really going to switch this deeply into, like, the Trump campaign with this video. So I'm going to circle back and just handle the two quick little clips that I wanted to show you, and then we'll really move into full-on U.S. policy. I agree, everyone is looking at Iran, Israel, and Russia, but China is a real sleeping dark horse in all of this. Well, that's because they've kept rather quiet. They haven't said much of anything. They're, like, China didn't even really make it clear which side they were supporting. But we know that Donald Trump likes China. We know that he had a lot of, like, harsh rhetoric on China the last time around, but also would constantly glaze Xi, would constantly talk about how he was a strong leader and that he respects him and that he was hot and he wants to, you know, like, the same way that Donald Trump would talk about Arnold Palmer's dick is the same way he talks about Xi. So, yeah, it really is that. That is the pyramid. Chinese are at the very top, we're at the very bottom. Joe Biden is still the president and should really use the Supreme Court absolute immunity to arrest Trump. Well, he could do a lot of things that he should do, but he won't do any of them. Liberals. Smooth transition of power is almost always due to the upper class being complicit in the transition. Yes, they are complicit. You can see this if you look at A, many of the Democrats, but B, any of the mainstream media. Not only are they complicit, they've bent the knee. They have preemptively surrendered. A lot of, like, even military officials are talking about resigning instead of when they're faced with, like, orders that they don't think are constitutional, they don't want to follow. Are you fucking insane? Resigning? Like, the one thing that you should never do? It's maddening. Maddening. Anyway, let's get through the Israel stuff. Almost done.
What I think I found particularly disturbing was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down and...
Please take your time. We're incredibly grateful that you're making the time to be here today, and I can only imagine just how it has impacted you and will continue to impact you. And I feel, because you can't unsee what you've seen, but
True,
being
Lennon.
able to share that with us really helps us hold.
At this point, I don't care about if, like, using an unconstitutional mean to prevent the dictator from taking power. I have no qualms about doing something that would lead to these people whinging about, like, the fascist left forever. Not actually being fascist, but to just prevent this and then not do anything else with that. Yeah, I'm all for it. Well, we had multiple military officials resign over Trump the last time around too, but it's so much worse now too. Like, you have no idea. We're gonna get into it in a second. It's not even just resigning. It's not even just resigning. It's so much worse than that.
Legislators particularly.
I'll jump to that one next.
So we do appreciate the time that you're making for us today. Thank you.
So the drones would come down and pick off civilians, children, and we had description after description. This is not, you know, an occasional thing. This was day after day after day operating on children who would say, I was lying on the ground after a bomb had dropped.
You know what? You know what's fucked, Sentient Jew Slave, about how correct you are over they can just refuse to do it? Every time the Republicans just refuse to do things that they're technically supposed to do, we don't do anything about it. Remember that one of the 3 Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump appointed to the Supreme Court was actually an Obama pick. That was supposed to be Obama's justice, except the Republicans just said, nah, don't feel like it. And then we let them do that. So, yeah. Totally unrelated, but the SEAL Team 6 is a very elite task force that can neutralize any target. The guy from SEAL Team 6 that shot Osama bin Laden was talking about how he wants to turn young, college-age liberal boys into sex slaves and food, though. So, you know. Because Biden doesn't care. He doesn't care. Why did he run when he knew that he would lose by 400 electoral points in the first place? Like we talked about yesterday. He doesn't care. They're liberals. They don't see this as a death of democracy. If they actually believed in the amount of fear that they were trying to elicit in people in how they talked about Donald Trump, which, by the way, is correct. They should feel this way and they should have elicited this fear, but they don't actually believe it because you can tell. You can tell by their actions. You can tell by their facial reactions, their words, how Kamala Harris's concession speech went. None of these people actually feel like they're in danger. If anything, maybe some of them do feel like they're in danger, but they feel like if they don't cause too much of a scene, that it'll end better for them. Or maybe they're worried that if they did do anything, that it would make the country even more polarized than it already is, which, by the way, is not really possible. I feel like if Biden did try and, if Biden was like, no, I'm not leaving, you guys aren't getting into this office, that probably would lead to some right-wing militias out in the streets with their guns saying civil war. But then all you do is send in the Pentagon and that problem's solved. So I don't know. It's kind of that. Yeah. This meme. This exact meme. This is what Joe Biden's thoughts look like, and this is why he isn't doing that. Forgot about this meme. Thank you, Lennon. Always appreciated.
Helicopter came down and hovered over me and shot me.
Yeah. So that's what happens in Israel, as we all know. And this is the last bit about Israel that I'm going to show you guys, but this is Netanyahu telling the Iranian people to stand up and revolt, which is not going to happen. Not yet, at least. I touched on this a little bit when I thought the war was actually kicking off. And the Iranian people are pretty close to revolting. It would not take much for that spark to get lit. They're not happy, as they shouldn't be. And a lot of the rhetoric that is being used in this manner, not just from Israel, but from the West broadly, is trying to elicit that kind of a reaction in the Iranian citizenry. I don't think it will happen, however, unless there's massive economic crisis in Iran that is perceived to be the fault of the Iranian government by the Iranian people. And whether they can manage to do that, who knows? Actual full-on war between Israel and Iran would probably result in a uprising in Iran, however, which would likely overthrow the government of Iran. And to be fair, I'd be okay with, a democratic uprising in Iran. And also, we were talking about the fact that China owns Russia and that Russia owns America, so really we're owned by China. China was so based before the liberals destroyed China after Mao. I disagree. They lifted a lot of people out of poverty, yeah, and Mao wasn't great either. I'm not a fan of Mao, Lenin. I'm less of a fan of Mao than I am of Stalin or Lenin. I know I have said this before, and some agree, some disagree, but America's way out is Bernie Sanders. I agree. I just think that he's too old, and he does too. I think we need someone who is directly, I guess, maybe not even mentored by Bernie Sanders, but at the very least shares the rhetoric and the vibe, you know, like see them out together. I am not a Stalin fan. I respect some of Lenin's beliefs. Not a fan. Definitely not a fan of Mao. Look, again, you know this, Lenin. There isn't black or white answers to anything. Everything is nuance. Even Stalin had some good ideas. Even Mao had some good ideas, even if overall they were shitty leaders. And Lenin had decent ideas, much better than Stalin or Mao, but he also did end up being a shitty leader. There is nuance, and there are reasons beyond just the ideology of why things end up the way they do. Obviously, the material conditions in which we engage with life matter. And it's this kind of lack of nuance. And I know when you say that, you're making a joke, but a lot of people do think that way. And I think that's the kind of nuance that keeps us in this environment. For a second, I thought Lenin was talking about Republican China before communists came into power. Yeah, not what he was talking about. All right, so I'm going to leave you guys with Jitler here for a second while I go pee, but just understand the perspective.
A few weeks ago, I spoke directly to the people of Iran. Billions of people around the world, millions in Iran itself, saw that video. And after they saw it, many Iranians reached out to Israel. So today, I want to once again address the people of Iran. Since we last spoke, the Khamenei regime launched hundreds of ballistic missiles at my country, Israel. I wonder, did he tell you how much that attack cost? Well, I'm not guessing. It's $2.3 billion. That's how much of your precious money they wasted on futile attacks. $2.3 billion. The missiles did marginal damage to Israel, but what damage did they do to you? That sum could have added billions to your transportation budget. It could have added billions to your education budget. But instead, Khamenei exposed the regime's brutality and turned the world against your country. He robbed you of money that should have been yours. I want you to imagine, just imagine, how your life could be different if Iran was free.
Many such cases of China were not that great. Right, so you guys essentially understand the vibe here. We don't need to listen to the whole 4 minutes. But it is important to understand how the rhetoric has now shifted on Gaza, but also the West Bank and Palestine broadly, but also on Iran. We're definitely going to war with Iran. Just so you all know. Lenin and Stalin being terrible leaders, I disagree. Stalin led a miraculous development under the NEP in 5 years. Yeah, he did. He did do all of those things, but how many people died under Stalin? Again? How many million people? Millions, rather. That's the thing, is you can have good intentions. You can even have some good policies, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're a good leader and that you're successful. Putin, sorry, no, I keep saying Putin, Jesus. Stalin was not a successful leader. By the way, if I'm a little cranky, y'all, today, I apologize. This is my second day off vaping, and I didn't realize I didn't have more than one nicotine patch, so the one that's on me right now is the same one I had on yesterday, and it's worn off, so might be just a wee bit cranky today. And lastly, this on Israel. We're not actually going to watch this, but just to see, 5 minutes of the State Department talking with Biden as if this is going to do anything. But yes, surprise, surprise, no consequences to Israel for failing to address the humanitarian crisis because they don't care. They don't want to address it. They want this to be much worse than it is, that it has ever been. Lenin was only unsuccessful because he died too early. I think he was unsuccessful because he got corrupted by power. That's my opinion. On that particular thing, I think that the fact that they didn't move into a fully socialist system and they still had the power structures that come from capitalism in place. In fact, they had a capitalist economic system inside they had state capitalism, in which led to this result for Lenin. But moving on, because this is what you were talking about before. Which one of you mentioned the military? It was Batgaz, wasn't it? The fact that, no, actually it was you, Sentient Juice Slave. You said the fact that military officials are stepping down is a show of how bad Trump really is. Well, this might also be a reason why they're stepping down. The Trump transition team is considering a draft executive order that establishes a, quote, warrior board of retired senior military personnel with the power to review 3- and 4-star officers to recommend removals of any deemed unfit for leadership. Now, remember, we had also talked about, Donald Trump had actually rather talked about executing generals that he found did not fit in with his worldview, that were too woke or that weren't loyal enough. So this is pretty concerning. If Donald Trump approves the order, it'll fast track the removal of generals and admirals found to be lacking in the requisite leadership qualities, which I guess is a lack of leadership qualities. And it would create a chilling effect on top military officers, given that the president-elect's past vow to fire woke generals. Now, the point of this, just so you all really understand, right? It's not about creating a system in which the military will just listen to him. That's kind of already the case. The point of this is a fear of the policies that the Republican Party wants to enact being so incredibly unpopular with the American people that it could lead to something like a military coup. And this would be a way of minimizing the risk of that prior to something like that happening. Now, let's have a look at the actual Guardian headline. Now, this was posted by the Washington Post, but I don't pay a subscription to the Washington Post. A, because fuck the Washington Post, and B, because if I paid a subscription for every news agency whose sources that I use, I would have literally no money. Oh, cool. We have a new CIA director. Hadn't seen that one. John Ratcliffe. We'll have a look at him in a second. So, oh, this is all just like live updates of the Trump administration. Lovely. Not what I was asking for at all. Regardless, though, when it comes to the draft order around military generals, as a Trump biographer who published a book about January 6th, by the way, Seth Abrams is a excellent journalist and is incredibly knowledgeable on what is going on behind the scenes of the Trump administration based on prior info of having interviewed Donald Trump and been his biographer. Also agrees with my take that he plans to do things to this country that he believes could spark a military coup intended to save America from tyranny. So he has created a mechanism to disable the United States Armed Forces leadership at will. It is objectively clear that this is the only point of this, because he was already going to fire generals that he considered woke anyway. Why add another structure onto this when you were already planning to fire generals, other than creating a system where the generals that remain are continued to be monitored in case you miss some, or in case some develop ideas over time that they didn't have before. Well, to be fair, I experienced state-run like healthcare in Australia, and state-run like healthcare is good. It's excellent, in fact. But that's not communism. Yeah, healthcare isn't communism. State-owned healthcare is not communism. It's not even socialism. It's a socialist policy, but that is not socialism. That's not what that means, you know? Yes, but Poland was never a communist country. Why I keep getting into that. I don't even know enough about Poland to make that claim. I'm just gonna pretend that I didn't say that. So, I mean, I know enough, but then I would need to do more research, and not a concern at the moment. So this is the guy who is now the director of the CIA. Let's see his former beliefs were. Okay, so he was part of the process that voted to impeach this guy. Wait, no, never mind. He was an anti-impeachment guy. Well, that makes sense. I was going to say it'd be really surprising for them to appoint someone who voted to impeach Donald Trump as the CIA director, considering they hate the CIA. It's the deep state. They won't hate it now, of course, now that they get to run it, but cool. So this guy's just another Hitler. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Just to say, you have nothing to apologize for. Quitting smoking is not fun. I wish you the very best of luck with it. Thank you, Batgaz. I have quit smoking before. Quitting smoking cigarettes was not fun, but it was much easier than quitting vaping is. This is my third time trying to quit vaping, and it's rough. Cigarettes are easier to quit. It wasn't even sufficiently socialist IMO. I agree with you as well there, Lennon. Now then. God, we're so fucked, guys. We're so fucked. Yep, the Juice gang. That's what's gonna happen. Now, I wanna ask you guys a question. And that got taken down. Lovely. Well, since the video got taken down that I was going to cover, I might as well just ask the question outright. So in this video was a man talking about how the average Republican, when asked after the election, knew literally nothing about the policies that they were voting for. We've all seen evidence of a lot of people not knowing what it is that they voted for, a lot of people regretting their decision, wishing that they could take back their vote, and the fact that people don't look things up prior to actually voting. And the question was, in this video, one, by the way, that I don't necessarily agree with, but I think it'd be interesting discourse to have. The claim was, are we too stupid to have democracy? Or like from the perspective of the average American, are you deserving to vote? Are you well informed enough that you should vote? And these are questions that are usually difficult to touch on, right? Now, I agree with the fact that we need to be more informed before we go to the polls and before we vote. And in the past, in fact, this has been my reasoning for not supporting a process like we have in Australia, in America, which is mandatory voting, in which you have to show up to the polls or you get fined. You have to vote regardless of whether you want to or not. I was opposed to this idea because I know a lot of Americans don't actually read. A lot of them don't follow the news. A lot of them that do don't even know what reality is, and therefore make decisions from an uneducated perspective. But let's remove the idea of misinformation and manipulation of voters from the equation just for a moment, not to say that it doesn't matter, because it obviously does. If we were to remove the idea of misinformation and disinformation from the equation of our electoral politics, are we too stupid to vote anyway? Are we this dumb because we are being made this dumb, or are we this dumb because we're not interested enough to spend the time and the effort to learn about things, to read about the policies, the people, and how politics actually works, the laws in how things work? Because that's something that a lot of people don't know as well, is they don't know how anything works. You can see this, even forget the Republicans, we can see this from the Democrat side. Do you see how many people are doing Stop the Steal from the Democrat side that think the election was stolen based on like ideas that hypothetically could make sense in certain scenarios, but don't make sense because that's not how our electoral system works? A lot of these people are doing the same thing Republicans did in that, the stolen election claims, because they don't know how the electoral system actually works, how difficult it is to steal the election. And obviously, it depends on how you define stolen. If we're talking about the impact of misinformation in it of itself, then yes, I do think they stole the election by lying to the American public, but they still won the election outright via voting without cheating. They didn't cheat to win the vote count. They cheated to get the voters to go and vote, if that makes sense to you guys. Before you fix media market, I think it's unfair to judge viewers as stupid or not. I think that's I think that you are incorrect for that. I think there's a lot of evidence that shows that yes, the voters are stupid. Partially because of the media misinformation, yes, but even the ones that weren't misinformed that voted for Trump, like we covered yesterday, like the guy who said, "Oh yeah, to me, Trump is actually Hitler. Like he's personally Hitler. I believe that he is. I believe the rhetoric that he is," and still voted for Donald Trump because he thought that it would fix the economy. That is stupid. That is stupidity. To have, like, if this was a new person who had, like, if Donald Trump had never run for office before, like in 2016, and people had these beliefs, I'd probably still call them stupid, but I wouldn't blame them for not knowing better. After having 4 years of Trump as president, doing so again and thinking that he will benefit you financially is stupid. It is informed stupidity. It is a choice to have that belief because you should know better. You lived through it. And that's a different kind of stupidity. There isn't just a black and white. Like when I say they're stupid, I'm not calling them innately, like from birth, mentally deficient. Stupidity is not essentialist. It is not something that once you're labeled as stupid that you can no longer ever not be. That's not what I mean by it. Remember that democracy comes from a rational, educated, and philosopher's perspective, and our founding fathers, particularly Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, were against religion in America because it limited the views of voters. Well, yeah, but again, like, no one cares about any of that anymore anyway. They'll lie about what these people believed, and they'll lie about, like, a lot of Americans think that America was formed as a Christian country now, because that's what they're being told. That from the very beginning, we were like a fully Christian country, a fully right-wing country, that everybody was on board with it. That's not true. No one even knows. And it's so simple that all you have to do is go read like the founding documents, but no. What is the Bill Clinton impeachment? What came out of that gave you zero confidence in the democratic system? Like Bill Clinton was impeached, and what coming from that is what led to you losing hope in the democratic system. I'm genuinely curious on that subject. How about you make an informed decision about being misinformed? If you are misinformed about, no, you can't. If you're misinformed, how can you make an informed decision? That's a paradox. You can't. It's a non sequitur. You can't be misinformed and then make an informed decision about being misinformed. Oh, well, yeah, he should have, but no president up until that point had been removed from office. They'd all stepped down, and did Bill Clinton step down? He didn't, did he? He did not step down. Well, no, I can't. They're stupid because of being misinformed, not misinformed because they're stupid. Well, although in some cases they are misinformed because they're stupid. In some cases, they're stupid because they're misinformed. Goes back and forth. And yeah, I agree, Lennon. It's not that like any of the other presidents that have better historical like remembrances were all good anyway. Like even the good presidents have also done shitty things. Even FDR did shitty things. Oh, sorry. Did I misunderstand what you said? It is a paradox that you cannot tell people. You cannot call people stupid if they're misinformed. I disagree. I think you can. I think you can if there's enough reasoning to suggest that they are misinformed, not because someone is making them misinformed, but or not on that reason alone, but because they're okay with it. By the way, like, I'm not just calling Republicans stupid, I'm calling Democrats stupid too. Look at this shit. This is ridiculous. This is insane. I was losing my mind. Why are we looking at John Fetterman for 2028? This is stupid. This is informed stupid too, might I add. Not misinformed stupid. This is informed stupid. Democrats know who John Fetterman is. This comes out same day. Fetterman will vote for Rubio for Trump's Secretary of State. Why is this guy why are we looking to him for 2028 again? Oh yeah, because he can win over some Trump supporters by making us more like Republicans. That's how Democrats think they have to win from now on. As I said, as we covered yesterday, not only did they not learn their lesson, they learned the wrong lesson, which is what they always do, which is we have to move further to the right. Yeah, get Bernie in a vat first. Get Bernie in a vat to like heal some of his like aging and then have him run again. Can we at least agree that once you call someone stupid, you close any... No, I don't agree, because I call people stupid all the time and I still have discussions with them. I call people stupid on stream and they will still stay and they will still continue to like discuss things with me, and oftentimes they'll still follow me at the end of it. So no, I don't agree with that. By the way, for you guys that are watching on Twitch, I know y'all watch on Twitch, but please hop over to the YouTube at some point and drop me a like, because that does help getting more viewers on YouTube as well, which would be nice. To be fair, I've found culturally most America is based in Christianity, not in the government. Yes, but that is not a, like, that's not how it always was. You know what I mean? The Christian right wing didn't really become as powerful as it is now, and didn't really become the force that pushes into the government as strongly as they do until around the Reagan era, maybe a little bit before. Well, they are both, of course they're based in Christianity, but the government in and of itself was never this close to Christianity, and neither was the cultural beliefs of the American populace. Of course there was Christianity baked into it, but it was never the fundamental, like, first step of what American culture is. Whereas now that is at least how the right sees it, as American culture is just straight up Christianity. And this is what comes from that, by the way. There's a reason why we have a separation of church and state. There's a reason why everyone knows it's a bad idea to bring religion into politics, because then you get like this.
I'm going to move in a great spiritual awakening to call this nation back to myself.
I believe it's here right now.
It's here right now.
The awakening we've been praying, believing for, it started right there at Asbury. But now the atmosphere has been cleansed.
Yes, thank you.
And well, you're correct in that egalitarianism and communism do have ties to progressive Christian beliefs. It's just a matter of not including the Christian beliefs section of it in government policy. Like egalitarianism as a concept, right? As a social theory of engagement. Yes, has some like parts of the actual ideology that come from progressive Christian beliefs. However, Christianity in and of itself has nothing to do with egalitarianism. You can be an egalitarianist, you can have an egalitarian government without having any form of Christianity involved, without even having Christianity be in the top like 5 to like within any. You can have no Christians in your country and still have it that an egalitarian government that is broadly a non-religious concept, but does take bits and pieces from existing religious doctrine. Yesterday was the day I found out Motherland Calls Monument and Mother Ukraine are actually the same archetype. I wouldn't have guessed that. Motherland Calls Monument? What is that? I have not heard of that one before. Let's find out. And also, British troops may have to be deployed to Ukraine if Donald Trump... Yeah, we covered that. So that would be weird. The former prime minister said... Yeah, why are you just typing that out? We covered that a bit earlier, didn't we? So this is what the Motherland Calls is. I see. It's a colossal neoclassical socialist realist war memorial sculpture. I did not know that. That's interesting. That's fine. Like, and by the way, when you disagree with me on a subject that I'm like already talking about, I'm always like perfectly happy to go back and forth with you on the subject. It's just, it's usually when it's not what I'm talking about that I'm not up for it. But in this case, yeah, all for it. You don't have to agree with me. No one has to. Like, yeah, we're respectful in disagreement, and oftentimes, and I've been clear about this when I said it, and I'll be clear about it again for you, for Profit Media. When I say you can call these people like stupid and it not negatively impact the discourse, it absolutely depends on the context and the person that you're engaging with, and how you're engaging with this person, how they're engaging with you, as well as the actual goals around that conversation, because sometimes you're trying to convince someone of something, and in that case, this isn't helpful. But if you're trying to argue that they're wrong, it is very much helpful. If we are dealing with right-wing trolls, it is absolutely the case to go and deal with them in a malicious manner, because they're trolls. They're here to be malicious themselves. They should not be, we should not pretend that they're here for anything else, and we shouldn't be nice to them because we're nice people. You know what I mean? Like, there's obviously, as I keep saying, nuance in these subjects, and you have to be able to make the decision on how you're going to engage with other people rhetorically based on the context and how they're engaging with you. But yes, to people like in our like circle, people in this community, I would absolutely ask you to be respectful, and I try and be as well. It's just, you know, occasionally it's not the worst thing in the world to call something stupid. And yeah, no worries, back guys. It comes in waves. My progressive policy in the US, and you will hate me for saying this, is tied to Christianity somehow. The first feminist movements in the US, the founding of the FDA and the abolition of slavery, were highly backed by Christianity. This difference now is that the left is increasingly not Christian and the right is increasingly Christian. Now, I agree with you in some aspects of this. And by the way, I don't hate you for like any opinion that you have. Unless your opinion is like, I'm Hitler, I don't hate you. But I agree that yes, this is in part of the left being less Christian while the right is increasingly Christian, but it's also the kind of Christianity the right is increasing in its more extreme evangelical fundamentalist Christianity, while the left, as well as the general American population, has began to reduce in levels of religiosity. The number one growing answer to what is your religion on the census is no religion, not affiliated with any religion. That is the largest group and is the only group growing when it comes to religious belief. And part of why the right, the Christian right, is so dangerous now is because they're not only aware that the rest of the country is not only becoming less Christian, but less religious, more atheistic overall, but as well as the fact that their methods of indoctrination, their beliefs and their controls are at greater threat now than they ever have been. Because what is the greatest threat to a religion? It's not a holy war or a war with another religion. The greatest threat to a religion is the lack of belief in said religion. If I want to end the conversation, I have much better ways of doing it than calling someone stupid. Look, for Profit Media, honestly, maybe my opinion on this differs because I spend more time on Twitter and I engage more with right-wingers that are not engaging with me in any kind of good faith. So maybe that is partially how I come to this conclusion. Maybe it's only a part of it. But I do still think that it's not a necessary end to a conversation to call someone an idiot, a moron, a retard, stupid. It is a rhetorical tool in especially the context of a debate. In a debate, you should absolutely be using this, because the debate isn't really the point of it, obviously, isn't to bring someone over to your side. It's blood sport. It's just different ways of engaging with different people in different contexts. That's what I mean here. Now, let's get back to this. What were we even watching here? Yes, we were watching the fanatical Christians.
But now the atmosphere has been cleansed.
Yes, thank you.
The atmosphere has been cleansed.
This shit's insane.
No more rainbow flags.
No more rainbow flag. Like, this is what these people give a shit about. They don't care about anything else. Now, give me a second. Oopsie, hold on. Accidentally opened the wrong one there. Here we go. We talked a bit about this yesterday. Ten Commandments. We talked about a bit about this yesterday in that there was this law that was in place in Louisiana that requires the 10 Commandments be displayed in public schools. Well, today this was blocked by a federal court.
Federal judge in
which is nice. I mean, there's only so much you can do until the Fourth Reich comes into power and changes all this stuff. But for now, I do like that they're still at least functioning.
Louisiana has ruled a controversial law that ordered the 10 Commandments be posted in public school classrooms is unconstitutional.
The law was signed by the state's Republican governor back in June and was immediately met
with... Gaz, this is true for also like Jewish people and Muslim people. Like holy war is not a real thing. None of the people that do violence in the name of their God actually believe in their religion. None of the Christians that are talking about doing violence are Christian. None of the Israelis that are murdering people all over the Middle East are Jewish. And like Al-Qaeda and the Taliban are not Muslim. It's that simple.
With legal challenges. So let's break this down with NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, first off, walk us through the judge's decision here.
This is about a 170-page decision, and you can distill it down to really maybe even a sentence. This law violates the Constitution's Establishment Clause, and primarily for two reasons. Number one, there's a prior case called Stone v. Graham, in which...
I wonder how long we're going to continue to pretend that the constitutional, the constitutionality of a law is at all relevant to what's happening in our country. Again, you can pass all of these rulings that you want. You can say it's unconstitutional. They're just going to change the Constitution. They've already said they're going to. It's both. It makes me hopeful to see that the government hasn't completely just given up, even though some parts of it have, especially when you're looking at like Democrats like Joe Biden, for example, and things that they could do and that they're choosing not to do. Looking at people like Jack fucking Smith, who for some reason knows everything that Donald Trump did that is illegal and will not leak the documents now that he can't prosecute. It's insane to me. But I also have an issue with these people who are just I know that there's not much you can do right now in the time where we're just waiting, that isn't pretend that everything will continue on exactly the way it always has. But you can at least be real with people in that this is a temporary thing that we've managed to do, but no one knows what they're going to do when they come into power. None of these people are mentioning Project 2025. And of course, it's because the media like NBC and CNN have all capitulated and bent the knee to our new fascist overlords because they're scared for their lives. They were threatened with their own personal safety on many occasions, including the very last day of the campaign. So, like, by the way, not to say that that is any form of a justification for them. If you're going to capitulate to fascism because you're scared for your own safety, then you're a pussy. I would rather die than capitulate to fascism. I would rather die than to sit here and lie to you people the way that they do for any like reason at all, really. I don't like lying, sure, first of all, but like the idea of lying for a fascist that you spent time speaking out against, not even one that you supported. We're not talking about Fox News here. We're talking about the people who went out there and spoke at length about how they don't support Donald Trump and have capitulated. Of course they were going to. Of course there was no other option, but not even a little bit of time? Not even wait until he becomes the president, just like a week and a half after the election, and there's almost no difference to the first Trump administration's like level of media disinformation, just on like CNN, let alone disinformation regularly. It's insane.
The facts are really similar involving the 10 Commandments, and this one runs afoul because it is so similar. The second is a case called Kennedy, and basically there they look at factors like how coercive is this to the students? And the answer is, in this case, coercive enough that the law is going to have to take a pause.
I disagree. I don't see politics becoming a religion. I see, at least in America, politics being viewed more of as a game. It's like the Super Bowl. That's what the election is. More Americans view politics in a less impactful sense than it actually is. They all know how much it will impact their lives personally. However, for some reason, whenever we're talking about rhetoric and campaigning, everyone just pretends that nothing will happen and that none of the promises that are made and none of the things that these people say are what they're going to end up doing. That is more in line with the idea of this is a game, not a religion.
And what they look at are things like the fact that the way they're displayed, how prominently, and whether or not it is something that is kind
Damn
of
it, I forgot to start taking timestamps every time I do a segment again.
Or something the students can't really avoid having to read and be indoctrinated. One of the very interesting things that they did is that the AG, the state itself, pushed back and said, well, no, if we can show this is part of the history and traditions, then maybe we win. But one of the interesting things that they called an expert to show the court is that schooling at the time of...
I think that might be a little uncharitable of you, for profit media. I don't think Sentient Jew Slave was ever calling, like, Polish culture inferior. I hope not, at the very least.
The Constitution was mostly...
Everything else I'm not getting into. I did not see that, and like I hope that wasn't the case, because that is really bad. I just wanted to say that.
Precedent you have in which schools were heavily religious isn't really a historical precedent, because that was private religious schooling for the most part. We didn't...
Exactly. Well, this is just like objectively the case, but again, it is less about what they want to do here than the overall, like, what they want to do with religion in schools is less the point, in that how they're going to change schooling in its entirety is more important here. This is a minuscule aspect of how fucked they're going to make the school system. We covered this yesterday, in that a large portion of the education that a high schooler will receive now is work. It's labor. They want to make your children do labor in schools for their profit. For no profit, for they're not going to get paid, obviously. They're in school. These are work-based project assignments. These are, we're going to, what did he say yesterday when Trump announced this in that video? It was, we're going to put an emphasis on internships to prepare students for getting a job in the real world. It is internships inside and outside of school, as well as work-based project learning, which just sounds to me like labor. They want to make you do labor. They're not going to teach you anything real unless it doesn't perfectly fit into their ideology. They're going to fire teachers that don't fit into their ideology. They're going to hire teachers that will teach you about the Great Replacement Theory, and that, DEI was actually the reason why these test scores in America were so... They're just going to make shit up. They're going to teach kids about anti-Semitism in a way that incentivizes anti-Semitism. They're going to teach children to be misogynists. They're going to teach children that the only way that they'll ever get into heaven is to bow down before God, your Lord and Savior, and by extension, the state. This is what they're going to teach kids. They're going to take away universities' ability to teach kids things. You're going to take away universities' A, funding, B, they're going to make school systems pay reparations to white kids, to white students for racism that never existed. It is like the entire idea of our education system is fundamentally going to change and is not going to change for the better. The only people that will benefit from this new education system is literally just the capital class, the rich. Well, to be fair, you didn't grow up in communism. You grew up in an idea that's been labeled as communism. I disagree that Poland has ever been a communist country. I disagree that communism has ever existed on the planet. However, I do agree that this does sound like rhetoric that fake communist countries that are actually fascist and pretend that they're communist themselves say. So yes, it is just fascism. That's the thing. It's not communism, it's fascism. You didn't grow up under communism. You likely didn't grow up under fascism either, but you grew up under an authoritarian government that masked itself in communist rhetoric and iconography to be able to hide its true intention. I can't imagine a world in which kids don't learn about slavery, women's suffrage, World War II. Well, I can. It's called the United States in a few months, unfortunately. Yeah, look, you're going to be learning how to sew shirts like a Indonesian child, and you're going to be learning about how much unpaid work you can actually do. It's just, it's kind of fucked, guys, you know? And by the way, I want you all to start doing this. Take a note. Now, obviously, this is, I just bought this at the grocery store. This is $217 total. This is Trump's America. Obviously, this is not Donald Trump's economy. They're still under the Biden economy, which, by the way, this could be much worse than it is right now. But I need you all to, anytime you encounter a even minor inconvenience that you can reasonably blame on Republicans, do it every time. But from now on, like Trumponomics, Trump's America, Trump's inflation, Trumpflation, find whatever way that you can do it, jam it into there. I don't care. It doesn't matter because they do this anyway, you know, and they're going to take credit for how booming the economy is the moment that Donald Trump takes into office. They're going to forget that this was Biden's economy and how bad it was, and they're going to pretend that it's amazing. Now, obviously, the grocery store prices are bad, but it's not because of inflation. It's not because of the overall economy. It's because your wages haven't gone up. And when the prices on goods inflate, they don't deflate because we don't have a method of deflation in commodities. We don't have a deflationary currency. We don't have a way to really bring these prices down aside from regulating corporations from making record-breaking profits and price gouging. It's things like that. When the US bans all YouTube for kids, that's not America doing it. America's not banning YouTube for kids. We're talking about Australia doing that. And also, not true. Because just because YouTube is banned doesn't mean that every part of the internet is. Like, it's social media is banned for profit media. It's not the entire internet. I don't think that it will at all because it doesn't benefit the people in power in the United States. It doesn't benefit the bourgeoisie. It doesn't benefit the fascists. It doesn't benefit the Nazis. Why would that come to the United States? What they're going to do is they're going to censor YouTube. They're not going to ban it. They're just going to make YouTube worse for everybody, but they're not going to ban any of it. They need these pieces of media. They want children on media so they can be misinformed. But why did they buy a rubber duck? I don't know, because they wanted one. Sorry, I only just saw that. They bother me now. That's just one rubber duck. That's a cute little cherry-looking one. Imagine that rubber duck is actually like $199 and the rest of this is just $18. Anyway, so I need you all to pay attention to the fact that they will immediately take any benefit that they will gain in their not only personal lives, but economically, financially, socially, because of things that the Democrats did, and make sure that you complain every time they do anything, because I will genuinely lose my shit when they get to start taking credit for all of this infrastructure stuff that we did, that Biden's administration did. And there's nothing you can do about it. But what you can do is be incredibly petty. It didn't make sense why Congress banned TikTok instead of making a law that apps like that can't spy on you. Well, actually, it makes perfect sense. It's because TikTok isn't functionally different in how it spies on you than any other app. Than literally like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, Snapchat, all of them do the same amount of spying on you. The idea of banning TikTok wasn't because they're spying on you, wasn't because it's dangerous, it wasn't even because the Chinese government owns TikTok. That was all just excuses. Now, TikTok won't be banned, by the way. Donald Trump has come out and said that he will not be banning TikTok. Let me actually find that for you. But Trump was very anti-TikTok and now is pro-TikTok. And let me pull up why. And of course, it's the Washington Post, and I can't open the article. Love that. But here's just someone linking it. Trump advisors say he'll overturn the TikTok sell or ban law. Tried to ban Chinese-owned apps in 2020, but now he loves it because he's a big star there. Yeah, it doesn't matter the rest of it. It's because TikTok is good for him. It's good for his base. They like it. Kids like Republicans these days. Remember, this is the reason that I'm in favor of banning people under 18 from social media. Actually 16, but I'm actually in favor of 18. In Australia, there's a reason why they're okay with this. They don't want to ban any of this. A, because they like the power that it gives them to be able to spread misinformation easily to large amounts of the populace. Secondly, they like the fact that this helps rich people. All the rich people work together. There's a reason why we're not anti-Russia and anti-China anymore. It's because Elon Musk owns the fucking government, and Elon Musk wants to sell his stuff in China and in Russia, in countries that we have sanctioned. So do other billionaires, other members of the capital class. They want to be able to enter the economies of these countries. Can Trump reverse the law in time, though? That requires a pretty strong hold on Congress. He has a strong hold on Congress. They have the House and the Senate and the Supreme Court, and they'll do whatever Donald Trump tells them to do. So yes, he can do whatever he wants. There is no question of congressional support stopping Donald Trump's policies. There's no question of congressional support stopping Elon Musk's policies. And yeah, I agree with you on that too, Lennon. Again, like if we don't fix this problem, here's your next candidate, and we won't be able to stop it. And again, just so you understand how serious this is another case of a foreign leader having to talk with Elon Musk, present during the conversation between him and the President of the United States. This is an unelected billionaire who is just hanging out at Mar-a-Lago to the point where there's articles being written calling him the house guest who never leaves. Why is he on the phone with all these world leaders if he's not making the decisions? I've hypothesized that at the very least for the beginning of the new term, the new administration, they will split foreign policy and domestic policy into two different groups. Donald Trump isn't making any decisions. Donald Trump's brain is fried. He's got nothing in here. That meme that I showed you of was that the black and white Mickey Mouse? I can't remember its name now. in Joe Biden's head is the same image that's in Donald Trump's head. It is people like Stephen Miller, like Elon Musk, like J.D. Vance, like Peter Thiel, like Leonard Leo, like the Heritage Foundation, like Tom Homan, like all of the people that are being picked that make these decisions. And so foreign policy will be left mainly to the hands of the capital class, people like Elon Musk, people like Jeff Bezos. Whereas domestic policy will be left in the hands of people like Stephen Miller. Imagine a random citizen from rural Pennsylvania chatting up on a call with Trump and President Putin. It's basically the same amount of crazy. Yeah. I mean, look, if you don't even want to go with a random citizen, imagine Bill Gates doing it. Think about it this, right? Because like the right likes to pretend that Bill Gates is the same level of like election interfering billionaire as Elon Musk. Not to say that he doesn't spend a lot of money on elections. He does. It's just not the same. But pretend that it was for a second. It's the same as if Bill Gates was just on the phone with Putin while the president is. He's speed running conflicts of interest like he can't wait to go to court again. You think he's ever going to go to court again? You think he's ever going to be held accountable for anything? And just so you like really understand that the Democrats are not going to save you, this is from a Democrat. This is the idea, this is the opinion of how they can win in the future. Over the next few weeks, I'll share posts elaborating each one individually, but in the meantime, these are the principles I'd like to see the Democratic Party embrace. This is a Republican platform. From start to finish, this is a fully just Republican platform. Economic self-interest for the working class includes both robust economic health and social safety net. Government should prioritize maintaining functional public systems and spaces over tolerating antisocial behavior. Again, think about how these are worded and think about the reading between the lines aspect of this. Climate change and pollution more broadly is a reality to manage, not a hard limit to obey. We should, in fact, judge people by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin. This is saying, pretending that, we were really doing DEI the way that the Republicans think that we do DEI. Race is a social construct, but biological sex is not. Throw trans people under the bus. Academic and nonprofit work does not occupy a unique position of virtue relative to private business. Get the fuck out of here. Like, this is just, it's horrible. It's horrible. This is what the Democrats think they need to become. By the way, this won't help either. Becoming a Republican didn't help Kamala Harris. She ran a campaign that was essentially a Republican campaign. All the good that did her. Everything that the exit polls in which people explained why they voted for Donald Trump in relation to Kamala Harris's policies were all like made up. None of the things that these people thought were her policies were her policies. Realizing he actually won the House, Jesus Christ, we may actually live in the apocalypse timeline. Well, yeah, they did win the House. However, even though they won the House, they're doing some weird shit with it. Wait, hold on. Wrong bit. That's not the one that I was going to show you. This is what I was going to show you. The people that Trump is picking for his cabinet are people from the House. They are grifting you. I'm never trusting libs again. Never trust lib establishment again. So GOP leaders in Congress are signaling that Trump can't poach any more of their members after Trump on Monday named longtime loyalist Elise Stefanik as UN ambassador and asked Florida Representative Mike Waltz to serve as his national security advisor. At least a dozen more House members, including Armed Services Chairman Mike Rogers and Transportation Chairman Sam Graves, have been discussed as other picks. They might manage to bring down their lead in the House to a closer bit, but again, not that it matters. Because even without a majority, they'll just do whatever they want. We live in fascism now. And this is what I mean by these people still have not adjusted to the new world that we live in. Trump's cabinet picks could complicate GOP math in the House as if they care. As if they care. Well, they won't stay cheap and they're already not good, so Bet you're pretty unhappy. Oh, by the way, this is what I meant earlier when we were talking about education. I was talking about reparations for white people. This is what that is.
Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that
Remember, by them saying this, what they mean is by pretending that, sorry, by racial discrimination, what they mean is they're pretending that white people are racially discriminated against by saying that institutional racism being combated from the left is actually institutional racism being enacted on the right, specifically on white Americans. That's their justification. It's not true, it's not real, but
persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies.
Pre-breakfast banana, again, it's not him. He's not doing any of this. It's the people around him. And yes, they do. It is like they want white-only schools. That there's literally like a direct correlation between their desire for white nationalism and every single policy laid out in Project 2025, including their education policy. There's a reason why, as they're going to make public schools worse, and private schools, might I add, but in different ways, they're still pushing the idea of school vouchers to get public school kids that can afford it, generally white ones, into private schools from public schools to pull out the money for public education, to have the worst possible schools left as public schools, where only the people that remain in these public schools are the poor and people of color, where they can really lean into the, we're gonna have you do project-based work study, labor camps for children. The children yearn for the mines, and they want to make you go into the mines. But more so if you're poor and colored than if you're white and rich.
Policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all.
Yeah, anti-American, yeah, that's the anti-American. I never really liked Cool Ranch Doritos. To be fair, I don't really like Doritos all that much, but yeah, fair enough. Like, I'll eat them, but if I'm gonna eat Doritos, they're not gonna be Cool Ranch ones. Now, did we talk about ExxonMobil being against the pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement? Did I cover that yet? Have you tried the Australian replacement? No, I don't know what flavor it is. Maybe. If you tell me what it's called, I might. Okay, here we go. We'll talk about you people. I'm gonna go run to the toilet real quick, and then we're gonna start talking about the new picks for the administration. Actually, no, hold on, wait. Sorry, got a couple more things to cover that are just further down the list, and then we'll talk about the new picks for the administration. There we go. Trump ain't white, his race is orange. Yeah, those jokes are going to get less and less funny over time as the Nazis continue to gain ground. So this is what we're going to talk about next. There was a big explosion in Louisville. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. All right. So, no, ew, yuck. No, not a fan of sweet chili at all. Let alone in Doritos. Sweet chili is a very Australian thing. I've never understood it. You go to a restaurant here and you buy like potato wedges and they'll come out to your table with the potato wedges and a bowl of sour cream and sweet chili. No like ketchup, no, really with sweet chili? Like I can get the sour cream, that actually slaps, but yeah, I don't know, I just don't like eating chips, Lennon, so that's probably why. So what happened here? Well, Louisville officials say 11 employees at the Gavaudan Sense Color in Clifton have been hospitalized after a workplace explosion. There we go. Let's just watch the video.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us here for Wave News at 7. I'm
No, you're not the right
condition.
video. Here we go.
The other 5 are in stable condition, currently being evaluated for their injury.
I know Australia doesn't have ranch as a native product, and I just absolutely despise that. Any ranch that you get here is trash. The only like ranch that I can eat is I have to go and buy store-bought like shitty ranch dressing and then make good ranch out of that, using that as the base by adding actually, you know what? For a second, we're going to pause on this, and I'm going to give you guys my ranch recipe. It is, you can buy, like, Hidden Valley if you're in America. You can just buy, like, normal ranch dressing, add some sour cream and a bit of mayonnaise to that, which in and of itself sounds pretty gross, but that's how ranch is made. Mix all that up, throw a little bit of lemon juice and a little bit of vinegar in there, decent amount of salt, a decent amount of black pepper, as well as paprika. And that's how you make good ranch, so you know. And yeah, he'll likely dissolve NATO. He's going to implement the tariffs, and school choice is going to happen. Those are the things that will happen. Dissolving NATO might take some time. They might actually manage to succeed in that. Trump might back out of NATO as a result, and the EU works together much closer and adds more members to NATO from the surrounding regions. In fact, we've seen evidence of this in EU leaders saying we need to start like getting our shit together and increase military cooperation because we cannot trust America to protect us in the case of a regional war with a power like Russia. And yes, I agree, Comrade Lennon. Ranch, I have said before, is less about a sauce that goes on the food, more of your food is the actual spoon that you use to scoop up the ranch and eat it. It is the most American ideal that there is. It's patriotism.
I want to thank our fire department who helped with decontamination of the individuals. I want to thank our staff who did an outstanding job with decontamination and managing this. Obviously, an explosion like this in this area is always a difficult problem to manage, but luckily we've been able to take care of all the patients that we received and continue operations here at University Hospital.
With a blast this large, this could have been a much different situation, no doubt.
Absolutely. And I think that's the biggest problem with blast injuries is it really is a little bit of everything. It can be burns, it can be blunt injuries, it can be penetrating injuries, trapped by debris, chemical explosions, and chemical exposures.
This looks like it was a pretty serious explosion.
Like this.
It looks to be a pretty serious explosion. Now, we could sit there and watch the entire video, but it's not exactly our highest priority. But I did want to show you guys some of this. So it's pretty bad. You are a true American patriot for that one, Lennon. So what actually happened here? What happened is a shelter-in-place order has been issued due to an explosion at a facility which holds hazardous materials. At this time, numerous emergency responders are currently on the scene following a significant explosion. Be ready for more of this, guys. Like, obviously, this is not a thing that was done on purpose. This is not a thing, really, that doesn't happen on its own. We do have disasters like this. We've had train derailings. We've had explosions in other facilities that store hazardous materials. But the reason that these things happen are because of under-regulation of these industries. These things happen because of safety precautions not being put in place. Whether or not legally they are required, whether or not legally they are recommended, or whether or not they're not legally in existence. Those are the things that cause this. These things can be prevented, and in fact are prevented often by regulation. And the deregulation of industries all over the country is going to result in much more of this. Did 11/12 happen? Yeah, seems like it. Well, yes, exactly. The regulations are there. The people don't follow them. And then beyond that, the regulations that are there are not anywhere near as strong or stringent enough, and they're about to be removed entirely. So that's really the main cause for concern there. I will say one thing, though. It is surprising to see that there are even some on the Republican side that are calling out some of the fascism here. This is Jessica Tarlov on Fox News talking about how she doesn't appreciate that Donald Trump lied to the American people. Not a thing that you expect to see on Fox News.
I do want to say something, though, about Tom Homan. So for everyone who said Trump doesn't know what Project 2025 is, he just put a key contributor in charge of this. And Tom Homan was interviewed on 60 Minutes, and he was asked, is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families? And he said, of course there is. Families can be deported together. He also said that it didn't mean if someone was coming to be quote unquote rounded up and grandma was in the house and she's undocumented, that it didn't necessarily mean that grandma wouldn't be taken to. And you can say Donald Trump has a mandate till you're blue in the face. Taking grandma is not what people were voting for. They were voting for criminals to be kicked out of this country.
And the people who thought that it would stop there, with literally everyone around them screaming, no, it won't, including Donald Trump, might I add, is an idiot. And like that's it. That's the end of the sentence. They're an idiot. Not only were we telling you that this was the case, they were also telling you that this was the case. Now, she wasn't telling you this was the case because this is Fox News and they wouldn't say it at the time. The fact that she's saying it now is actually genuinely shocking. And honestly, you're probably headed to the camps, girl. I'll see you there. But threaten them, enact whatever he wants by saying so, bully them until they comply. Project 2025 is key in the Republican message, so he can do anything. Essentially, yes. Yes. It doesn't, there's nothing you can do to stop them unless you are also them. Right now, at least. Well, not right now, actually. Right now, we could stop them. Joe Biden could stop them. But once they take power, there's no stopping them unless they themselves, do it themselves, which they won't, or they fuck up bad enough that they actually do cause a revolution, a violent, physical revolution in America, which I don't really see as a viable possibility. I don't see it happening. I don't think the American people have it in them to do so. I don't think the American people will ever actually rise up and do a revolution. I think they'd be much happier just sitting at home and pretending that the world isn't horrible outside. Even the ones that can do something, even the privileged people that want to do something won't do anything. They never do. Haha, Art. And yeah, Dark Joe Brandon, please come back. Yeah, what happened to those Dark Brandon memes? They were quite fun at the time. Turns out that reality is, as is often the case, much less fun. You know what is fun, though, is watching Republicans, and also specifically fascist right-winger Republicans, suffering some of the consequences of their actions.
Yep, people are taking some space in the Waters household.
What do you want, a war on Christmas, sentient Jew slave? That's what they'll say if you ask that question, just so you know.
Yep, people are taking some space in the Waters household. I'll have you know that I was not invited to my mother's house for Thanksgiving. Apparently there wasn't enough room. She said it was a scheduling situation, and then at the last second...
Your mom hates you, Jesse Waters, as she should, by the way. Your mother's probably sitting there thinking, fuck, I really should have had an abortion while I had the right to.
invited me to come over on Black Friday. I told her no thanks, I'll be at Best Buy. Yep, people are taking...
And educating our fellow workers is where I'm leaning, Lennon. Yeah, based mom. Fuck you, you're not coming to my house for Thanksgiving. And just so you guys really understand, like, you know, like, they're not joking. I get people telling me all the time, even in this chat, oh, they're not gonna do that, you guys are just freaking out, like, they're not really gonna do all the Nazi shit. Whereas they're currently, like, they're glazing the idea of it. 20 million immigrants deported at the rate of 2,000 per day will take 27 years. Good luck, Tom Homan. I bet he'll be fired in 2 months. Get this young engineer some books on German train logistics in the 1940s, see what he comes up with. They know, full on. They know very well what they want to do. And they give no fucks about it. Why should I not call these people Nazi trash? Why should I respect any of them? Why should I care about reconciling with this side of the country? I don't. If this side of the country wants to reconcile with our side of the country, they can. They need to put the effort in first. I don't give a fuck what they have to say or how much they regret their decision or how much they're on my side now if they're not going to prove it. I don't trust these people. Why would I trust Nazis? Why would I trust people that voted for Nazis after seeing that? I don't know, but I'd be willing to, run an experiment and see. Unfortunately, probably not, considering we just heard Tom Homan say that he would just deport all of them together. So if they're going to do something like that, they would also have to spread out, you know, get polyamorous illegal immigrant families and have a bunch of children and then split them into threes, and then each parent goes off with a third of the children in a different direction to a different town, maybe? Obviously this is a joke and never going to happen and not a realistic scenario, but that could theoretically, adjusted for their inability to deport more than 1 million people a year, actually work. That dude is harmful, masquerading as a news person and lies to the country. Well, I mean, he works on Fox News, so it's kind of all of them. And yeah, that's the same everywhere, Sentient Juice Slave. They're going to make Christmas 6 months round. Christmas starts in August from now on. They're more likely to get rid of Halloween than to reduce the length of time Christmas is the, holiday season. One reason to keep into contact with people is to be the voice of reason. Well, that's what I said. If I'm willing to keep in contact with these people, but I'm not willing to reconcile with them. And if they want to reconcile, they need to show me that they're worth reconciling with. They are garbage to me right now. These people are garbage. Not all of them, not every Republican is garbage, but I will assume that most are unless I am proven otherwise. And it doesn't take much, by the way. For those of you who watch me regularly, you know that it really does not take very much for me to think that you're worth listening to and talking to, even if I 100% disagree with your opinions. All it really takes is you have to believe your opinion and you have to engage in a way that isn't constant lying and is in good faith. That's it. That's all I want. And the people that don't fit into that category can fuck right off. I don't care about them. I don't ever want to talk to them. They can suffer all they want. They can come begging me to join the left and I'll still say no because they did not ever put in effort to even pretend that they actually believe what they're saying. They lie every chance they get. They'll lie about what they believe in and they'll lie about what they don't believe in. They'll contradict themselves in what they say they believe back to back. And it's not like they're the only ones. The elected officials in the Republican Party often do this. I hate corporatized Christmas. I'm a Christian. I wish people would just treat it with respect I think it deserves. To be fair, I don't think any holiday deserves respect. I think that they're in existence for several reasons. Christmas, for example, is a capitalist holiday. It is. Christmas is not even Jesus's birthday. Christmas is the day that it is because it was a pagan holiday and the church didn't like that. And so they made that Christmas. If you what is it, like June or July is when Jesus is really likely to be born, because of like trees that are blooming in the Bible that are only like in that specific area that bloom in this specific time of the year. It's not about religion when you already base the very like presence and beginning of the holiday off of removing the holiday of a different religion. At that point, it's not about your religion, it's about being better. And honestly, like I don't even really like my birthday either. I've never been a huge fan of it. It's usually kind of just awkward. I don't know, like it's weird, you know, considering like I can sit here and I can talk to you guys for several hours with people like watching me and paying attention to me, but on my birthday it just feels like people are just paying too much attention to me, you know. I'm not a fan. I like to have a nice chill day with my friends, and that's fine. And beyond this, the like American holidays that we have, any of them, whether they're global holidays or whether they're specific to America, whether they're holidays that are real holidays that commemorate and celebrate real events, or whether they're just Hallmark holidays where the idea is buy someone a card. A lot of it is just get you to spend money. And like, I know that that is what it symbolizes, art. I don't necessarily think that it matters. I think Christmas is more of a capitalist holiday than a Christian holiday today. I think it's been this way for a long time. I think that even if it wasn't, it still wouldn't change the way that people behave around the idea of Christmas in a multicultural country, in a global society where many people aren't Christian. But the holiday still exists. It is still a national holiday. We still get time off for work from it. And so people that aren't Christian will still celebrate the holiday in a way. And again, most Americans are non-religious. Non-religiously affiliated is the largest growing group in America via religious affiliation. Not even really necessarily, art, because it was kind of already this way before the like corporate boom that took off in the early like United States. Like obviously we had corporations that corporatized things as well as now then, but it was never to anywhere near the same extent, obviously. But even back then, people lied about Christmas all the time. People used Christmas as a justification for things all the time. Whether or not they were Christian, whether or not the things that they were arguing for are Christian or not. People have, since the beginning of religion, used religion to justify things that religion is against. This is not something you can really get around. I don't think, at least. Now, by the way, oh my God, not this. This is what I already showed you. This is what I get for putting my links together when I'm tired at 4 o'clock in the morning. Hold on, let me find the actual clip of Nazis. Nazis with their Nazi flags walking around openly shouting Nazi stuff in Michigan. We're going to see quite a lot more of that. Here we go. Just gonna open a couple links here because I do have a few things I want to. Hey, please stop auto-playing. I have a few things that I want to link this to. So here we go. Let's start here. So what happened? Well, in Michigan, at a Anne Frank play, there were people with swastikas walking around screaming Heil Hitler and Heil Trump. Very obviously and very specifically influenced by the election. In fact, we're going to hear from a local who outright says, oh yeah, no, this is totally like because of the election. It has nothing to do with a just Nazis being Nazis. Obviously, we know that the Republicans support and work with Nazis, and so we're going to see a lot more of this. No, almost certainly no, they didn't.
In fear at a performance of the.
To be fair, it's not illegal for them to walk around like waving Nazi flags. They have the right to freedom of speech to be able to do that. And in most cases, in a non-fascist society, I actually support that right, because if you go and arrest them, it makes them look like the victim. Whereas if you just let the Nazis walk around waving their Nazi flags looking like Nazis, everyone hates them anyway. But now, again, I don't agree with that anymore because most Americans don't hate Nazis anymore. Yeah, just don't do that on camera. That's the thing. A lot of like the discourse that you see is like punch the Nazi. Don't punch the Nazi on camera, because then you make them look weak. You make them look like the victim, and you make yourself look like the instigator. Nazis just look cringe. Everyone should know that these are horrible people. And by the way, most people do breakfast banana, but no. Again, the neo-Nazi sentiment in America is off the charts since the election. They're all Nazis now. Like, at least young kids, the Gen Z that voted for this, yeah, they're on board. Most of these people are probably Gen Z themselves.
Anne Frank, not because of the disturbing details from her diary, but because of what was happening outside. Nazi flags being held by several people gathered outside of the production. This video shared on social media shows the demonstrators flying the Nazi flag outside the American Legion where the play was being performed.
Several individuals using masks to hide their faces.
It should make you sick.
Not only waving Nazi flags, but also reportedly shouting racist slurs. According to several reports, they eventually vacated the premises after the Legion asked them to leave. We have reached out to authorities for more information about this.
We had 75 people downstairs that watched that play, and out of that 75, there was 50 or 60 of them that were afraid to leave this building. We had to escort them to their cars. Nobody in America should feel like that.
Shock.
This is going to happen more and more and more. They were already Nazis before they were just closeted Hitler sexuals. Yeah, probably. A lot of these people probably were already open Nazis beforehand.
Was being performed at this American Legion post in Howell Township. Hate speech was being performed outside its doors.
Some extremists, Nazi extremists, out here in the parking lot, and they were shouting, believe it or not, Anne Frank is a
The Fowlerville Community
Oh, I believe
Theater
it. That sounds like something a Nazi would say.
Used this American Legion post for its production about a Jewish teen girl living in hiding during the Holocaust. And as the performance continued, members of the post confronted the demonstrators.
I went across the street and I spoke to them, and I had asked them,
True and true.
If you're so committed to your cause, why is it that you're masked? And they said it was for that protection.
Oh, it's because they're pussies. They're Nazis, of course. They're weak, they're cringy, they're generally losers that are, A, hated by their families and don't have friends aside from other Nazis. And almost always they're just pussies. They're afraid of someone taking a picture and putting it on the internet. They're afraid of being called out. They're afraid of consequences. And often, again, they're teenagers. These are like, even if they're like 22, they have the brain of a 15-year-old.
You know, and so I proceeded to use a couple of profanities and tell them they're cowards.
Bright says the group called the police as they held white supremacist signs and flags.
Calling for the police, saying that they were going to be assaulted, which wasn't the case.
As police arrived, Bright went live on Facebook.
You're no longer moving forward with free speech. You're attempting to intimidate people.
The demonstrators left the area, but some were also seen with Nazi flags in downtown Fowlerville.
Seeing human happiness disgusts you, or seeing human happiness at the suffering of others disgusts you? I'm trying to get the clarification there.
Bright believes these demonstrators are connected to a Nazi demonstration in downtown Howell in July of this year.
We're pretty sure that's the same group of people, and that's based off of comments we received from the police department.
Fox 2 reached out to the Fowlerville Community Theater, and they provided.
Now that's an interesting take. You're disgusted by any human emotion, even yours? You're being serious right now, or are you joking? Because like that, like I cannot comprehend that. Aside from, like, I'm talking to an android? What do you mean? Any human emotion at all doesn't matter. And yeah, you're right. They always just claim they're joking, and immediately like that. I mean, look what happened with Nick Fuentes, right? Look what happened with Nick Fuentes, after he was called out. Here's what happened to Nick Fuentes. A woman showed up at his house after, you know, he was doxxed. This is him. And what he did is he opened the door and he pepper sprayed her and pushed her down the stairs. And now she's pressing charges. And she is legally in the right here, considering it is not illegal to knock on someone's door. She didn't dox him. He just opened the door and immediately sprayed her with pepper spray and then physically assaulted her. So now he's going to get sued. Yeah, so right here, as I did, a woman pulled up her car, rolled down her window, and was like, "Is this where the douchebag lives?" I was like, "Yes, I think so." Then she said, "You should ring his doorbell and see what he has to say for himself." And I have one serious weakness. It's chocolate. Okay, I have two. One more relevant to the situation. I cannot back down from anything that smells like a dare. So I figured there's no solicitor sign up, and apparently this person would have respected that, so respect to her. I rang the doorbell. He immediately swung the door open like he was at damn Waco, sprayed me with burning liquid, pepper spray or mace, pushed me down the stairs onto the sidewalk, grabbed my phone, ran back inside, bolted the door, shut the blinds. Pussies. Pussies. Can't take a joke, you left-wing snowflake? Literally, they are the biggest snowflakes. The people who call the left snowflakes are always the biggest snowflakes. In fact, I've seen a lot of funny stuff coming out about Nick Fuentes today from people that like went to school with him saying like, "Oh yeah, I think it's fun." Right here, actually. Here we go. Via Right-Wing Cope, which is a left-wing troll channel. My best friend's little sister used to date him in high school when they lived in LaGrange, and one day they tried to hook up, and not that she was like even going to do anything for real, but his dick couldn't stay hard, and then he spread rumors to everybody that she was a lesbian, and people bullied her all of senior year because of it. Literally sounds exactly the type of thing this type of person would do, sounds exactly the type of thing that Nick Fuentes would do, and is a very clear indication of a loser who cannot deal with the fact that they have their own issues. By the way, they're not a loser because of having issues. They're a loser because they can't deal with their issues. And then they use that and take it out on other people because they can't deal with the fact that they're not good enough for not only their perception, not only for the other person in front of them. You should call him Baby Dick Fuentes. You should. Yes, I'm not even, I'm serious. I'm not even really conscious of it. I can barely work because people freak me out and exhaust me. Going to the store is the worst. You might be autistic, sentient juice slave. That sounds like maybe you get a bit overwhelmed by emotions because of neurodivergency. I can relate to that to an extent. Like, it doesn't freak me out, but being around strong emotions, strong emotional people is exhausting. And that is often a neurodivergency related thing. I do think, like, I don't know what the inside of your brain is like. I don't know what your brain is like. So I don't really want to make an assumption, but I will make an assumption in that I feel like maybe if the way that you like engage with emotion was to change, you might have an easier time. And by that I mean change how you view emotion, change how you engage with your own emotions by practicing. No, I don't think that anyone doesn't have feelings. I think a lot of people don't A, recognize their feelings, and B, don't recognize the feelings of others, and C, don't recognize how all of these things intertwine. And in this case, it's not even recognition, because Sentient Juice Slave can recognize the feelings of others. I think it's more of how you engage with them, and how you engage with your own feelings might be something that you need to spend a little time practicing. Do some like critical thought into emotion in yourself. And if you can't point to an emotion in yourself to do that through, make one up. Like, find an emotion, find like a piece of media that relates to that emotion, and then look at that media. You can turn the sound off if it's a movie, like a sad movie that you know is sad, and try and think about sadness, conceptualize that, and try and bring it about in yourself so that you can learn how to recognize it and then change it. Every dedicated leftist has autism. No way. You form a whole worldview and act upon that with so much dedication and not be neurospicy. Well, I mean, to be fair, yes, true. In fact, many people that I think are, like, I'm not to say that you can't be smart without having autism. I'm not saying that. You can be. But I think a lot of the people that are dedicated and intelligent and specifically work around the social good, or like, and by the way, this could be culturally or economically or politically. The social good is just work for the benefit of the entire populace. These people, whether they're scientists, whether they're teachers, are often at least some form of neurospicy. Whereas you can absolutely be intelligent and not autistic or neurodivergent. It's just less likely that that is the pathway that people choose. And this is all based on just my personal worldview and what I see happen oftentimes, not on, like, myself included and yourself included, not specifically for any evidence-based reason. It's what I often see. And this is both true on the left and the right, because it's not even just, like, this is not an uncommon sentiment. In fact, Elon Musk believes this sentiment. He just believes himself to be one of the smarter ones that are working for the greater good. The difference really primarily between the left and the right on the subject is less about the opinion and more about who it applies to than anything else. All right, so this is one more thing that I really, really wanted to talk about. This was kind of horrifying to watch. I'm gonna warn you guys a little bit. This is a Nazi grooming a Antifa kid into trying to make them into a Nazi. So what is a Has-Been Hotel? Has-Been Hotel is a TV show. So be aware, this shit is not fun to watch, but you all need to watch it, especially if you are the type of group that the Nazis will try and radicalize. If you are a white male in America, you better be watching this shit and paying attention to the type of rhetoric and the way that they phrase things to try and change someone's mind. Like, obviously, like, this is an Antifa kid. You know, this is not a Nazi. This is our people, my people. But they want to take him away from us. And if you don't want this to happen to you, then pay attention.
Black women commit
Oh God, that's loud.
murder 3
Dude.
times more than white men.
Do you think I'm your enemy? Do you think I'm
Why
your
is
enemy?
that? We're peaceful. We just want to
I'm
send
not.
a message.
You got information to think that you need to fight for something, right? At some point in your life, right? And here you are. You're fighting for something that you believe in, right? We're here for you, dude. You just don't get it yet. You're our future.
Which, just so you all really understand, because I'm going to be pausing throughout this, but this is what they do. This is how young people become Nazis. This is how they get radicalized. Especially young men are often lonely. They often don't have the same types of friend groups. They often don't have the opportunities to express their feelings openly. This is all looked down upon. We know this. You know, this is the patriarchy attacking men just like it attacks women. But this is used as a weapon by the right, by the extremists on the right, both Nazis and Christian nationalists and just fascists overall, in that, hey, look, like, you're just like me. I'm just like you. I'm not your enemy. Like, you're just misunderstanding, you know? We both have the same enemy here. It's, in fact, using some Marxist-esque framing of, I'm not your enemy. It's the people, like, they're the enemy. It's the bourgeoisie, except, you know, they'll never actually say that. But it's framing the enemy as a shared enemy between the two of them. And also, the secondary aspect is believe in the right thing. You'll get there. I'm here for you. We support you. It's, hey, look, like, you don't have a community. You're lonely. You can be a part of our community. You don't have to be lonely, which gets a lot of people to eventually move over to this. just say whatever, Porky, I'm not joining the Waffen SS. Well, yes, that's the correct answer. But again, like, this kid looks like he's 16. This is a child. You can't expect a 16-year-old to have the mental acuity to not get caught in by some of this messaging, to have the right answer every time, to not question their opinions. You can see in his face as we watch this, he's questioning his ideology, his beliefs. Now, in the end of this, he does the right thing. Thank God for this kid. But you can see how effective this can be. Pay attention to the facial expressions.
You got information to think that you need to fight for something, right? At some point in your life, right? And here you are. You're fighting for something that you believe in, right? We're here for you, dude. You just don't get it yet. You're our future.
I used to have hair like you.
Here we go. And now we come into the, oh, by the way, you can hear the guy in the background yelling about the Jews. But now we get into the, it's not the me and you were on the same side. It's, hey, I used to have hair like you. It's humanizing themselves and their ideology to the person they're trying to turn into an extremist. Because obviously, Nazis dehumanize every group, but the only group that leftists tend to dehumanize are Nazis. And so they know that they have to work against the same kind of, I don't want to say indoctrinatory rhetoric, because it's not indoctrination to tell somebody that a Nazi is a piece of shit, but the rhetoric of the left. They know they have a little bit extra work to do to get past this. I couldn't imagine listening to a cop for 1 minute and then considering my own ideology. Well, yeah, same there, but I can absolutely consider I can imagine myself listening to a cop for a minute, just not changing my ideology based on that. Yeah, it's a convincing argument. I didn't know how shitty I probably would have fallen for that shit. Of course, I want a place of belonging. Of course, I want people to fight with me, I imagine we want to say there. I want people I can relate to, and I think that I found that in Progressive Victory and in this chat, though. Well, exactly my point, Fluffy Art. You can find this everywhere. You don't need to become a Nazi. The issue is that most people don't try and find these communities, like the good ones. You lucked out with Progressive Victory, lucked out with this chat, but most of these people just end up where they end up. They end up where the water flows, and where the water flows, where the stream is leading them, is to the place where the Nazis are waiting at the end to try and rationalize them.
Shut up.
I did. I used to have. My dad told me it was a German helmet hair.
Who's having the most fun in there, huh? Yeah.
Here we go again with the, like, my dad used to tell me it was German helmet hair. Like, as in continuing to humanize the Nazis. You don't need to be a Nazi. You don't need to be a Nazi. You don't need to be a Nazi for community. You don't need to be a Nazi to make friends. But they will pretend that you do. They will pretend. In fact, again, keep listening to the wording. They're not even trying to convince him to come over, really. Not in a way that is overt. They're saying, oh no, you'll come over eventually. You'll figure it out. You'll get there. You're a smart kid.
It was a German helmet hair.
Who's having the most fun in there, huh? Yeah. Yeah, we're having fun, dude. That's having the most fun. Because we're going against the real agenda, dude.
The people you're hanging out with are going to get you drinking, doing coke, get you on fentanyl, not working out.
Literally, as in the people around you are degenerates and they're going to ruin your life. By the way, the last instance of fentanyl I heard about being smuggled into the United States was done by white neo-Nazis in California, so they're full of shit. They're full of shit, and in fact, specifically towards men, this, you're not working out, you're not eating right. All of these things are related to the media environment, because most things that, like most social media men consume, revolves around exercise, video games, and food. A lot of it does. And all of those categories are inundated with Nazi propaganda. And yes, this guy does look like a pedophile. They all probably are pedophiles. More often than not, Nazis are. I said this before, in that all Nazis are pedophiles, but not all pedophiles are Nazis. And I stand by that. I've yet to see evidence that indicates that this is untrue. If I find that it is, then I'll change that statement minorly to most, but in this case, still have not been proven incorrect in any case by this. But again, this is not new. They've been doing this for years, guys. They've been doing this since 2016. This is just like an example of a very overt demonstration of it happening that I managed to just find. And I think it's really important that we break this down into all of its little pieces and understand the methods that they use and how you can combat this. And also, Lennon, I don't think the Nazis had all that good fashion. Their uniforms are, I mean, they're just suits. I feel like there are many other countries that had military uniforms that looked better. Ours don't, but also, like, we're not in the military. The left does need good fashion, but I mean, if you're a man and you want fashion advice, go watch Vosh. He does that often. Unprompted. And if you're a woman who wants fashion advice, I'm not the one to come to for that one. I can't point you where to go for that one, but I do think we should have better fashion. Disagree. But
drinking, doing coke, get you on fentanyl, not working out, not having a family. Does it sound like a very fulfilling life? Because I wasted plenty of my life going down that path. I have a lot to make up for.
That's true too. Most of us are in our 30s and have been through that shit, and most of these people are in the 20s.
I'm sober 8 years, dude.
Like, they're overwhelming this kid, first of all, because there's several people talking. Several people, like, you can see that he's processing information right now, right? And meanwhile, it is just an additional layer after layer being added on by all of this, like, all the other Nazis around this guy, trying to overwhelm this kid's brain, trying to overwhelm this kid's rationality. And by the way, that is how they do it. They hijack your brain. That's how they do it on social media. That's how they do it in real life. They find things that you are either afraid of, you find things that you either, like, that they know that you believe in, and then they twist those things, and they make you feel like, A, you're not actually working towards your goals in a productive manner, and B, that your goals are not in conflict with theirs. They hijack your thoughts and your brain and your ideology by making you believe that they believe something that they don't believe, by making you believe that what they're selling you is something entirely different than what it is.
And I was in the rap culture, and I was a communist. I went to Obama's.
Oh yeah, you were a communist. I'm sure you were. Yeah, huh?
And I was a leftist. All this shit.
Actually, no. To be fair, a lot of these, like, idiot leftists do end up as Nazis, so I do believe that one. Especially if you're at Obama's inauguration. But, like, think about that again. Young kids, younger people that aren't Marxists, so, like, leftists, Marxists in the sense of educated and fully aware. This is targeting towards liberals, because liberals are much more easy to radicalize.
I was in the rap culture, and I was a communist. I went to Obama's inauguration, and I was a leftist. All this shit. Same thing as you.
Same as you.
I don't drink or smoke or do anything.
Well, that's
pretty white power.
Give me one of these.
That's pretty white power. Oh, first of all, based kid's answer there.
One of these.
Fuck you.
He just doesn't get it yet. He doesn't get it yet.
Fuck you is the only rational answer here. But again, he just doesn't get it yet. He just doesn't get it yet. You'll get it. You're a good kid. This is how they will radicalize you. I'm really glad you didn't fall into this trap, Art. Make sure that you stop your friends from falling into this trap when you can, for, I assume, the ones that are left. But we all need to take these lessons, because it's not just the Nazis trying to turn you into a Nazi that do this. The right does this with literally everything that they do. Everything. They do this exact thing. These tactics are what's used. Peter Hegseth, Fox News host, is Secretary of Defense. Is that confirmed? Did that just get announced? And Alex Jones wouldn't pass the security check to be Homeland Security. That's why they couldn't make Stephen Miller Homeland Security, because they were going to make Stephen Miller Homeland Security, and he didn't pass the background checks. Right. Yeah. No, I see it. Pete Hegseth nominated for. Great. Love that. Let's finish this, and then we'll talk about the new members of the Trump administration that have been added since yesterday and today.
Yeah. That's good, man. That's good. So no pharmaceuticals either? That's good. And you'll get this. You'll figure it out. You will figure it out. I'm glad you're not drinking it on drugs. That's
It's disgusting. Like you'll figure it out. This kid is so confused. You can see it. At least he still knows to tell these people to fuck off. But like, how many times can a person that is like just like think about a 16. How many times can you say fuck off before it starts to actually break through? Yeah, I was indoctrinated being an Islamophobe online until my empathy reemerged and I realized that being an asshole would make me lose friends, and I decided that I wanted to be loved and I wanted to love. Well, that's because you have a soul, and I'm glad that you managed to get out of that. A lot of them, I can't blame you for the Islamophobia. A lot of Americans, like, that's kind of standard, you know? We don't even consider that a phobia, like a not like homophobia or transphobia. We don't talk about Islamophobia to that extent. We do kind of these days because of the stuff that's happening in the Middle East, but even just prior to a year ago, it was not something that was very much mentioned, and it's not like it went away. After 9/11, the entire country essentially leaned into Islamophobia, and from that point on, it just became part of the discourse, and it never went away. It only became somewhat quieter at points in time.
About it. You'll figure it out. You're smart.
But they use these same methods in doing that. They use these same exact methods in radicalizing you. Didn't Innuendo Studios talk about this on their video Alt-Right Playbook? Yes, they did, in fact. And all of those videos are very much worth watching. I forgot about that. They did do exactly this.
If you care about shit, you're going to come to our side.
I'm nothing like you.
You're not yet, because you don't have enough.
Never be anything like
You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out.
White power, Jew pop. They hate.
Do you think the guy that just said white power, Jew pop for profit media can ever be changed? Or do you think his soul is lost forever? I can't understand how someone learns about Nazis in school, the bad guys. It's because we don't teach people what Nazis actually believed in school, pre-breakfast banana. Like, we'll teach people that the Nazis were bad and that they didn't like the Jews. What else have they taught you about the Nazis in detail? What other, like, we talk about the groups that were also targeted as well, very broadly, very barely touched on, but how the Nazis came to power, no, I don't remember being taught that. I remember being told that, you know, the German people voted for Hitler and that he came to power this way, but was there ever like actual discourse on why, on how? Not really. The answer I remember being told was economic instability after World War I, which, to be fair, is a basic answer that is factually correct. It's just missing quite a lot of context. Beyond that, it is because young people are made to think that being a Nazi is cool. I talked about this before in the way that when we were talking about the way that we engage with the right and the way that the things that we say, the claims that we make about them, calling them evil and Nazis is not a functional way in getting people away from the right, because young people specifically, one of the like main groups that shifted to the right, look at this and they think it's cool. Young people like things that we consider are bad. When I was 16, if someone said, don't do the thing, I was much more likely to do it than not. We need to make sure that they're seen as cringe, not as evil and scary and powerful. That's why people see these people and learn to like them. And also, you know, some people are like just raised to like them. I'm glad that in California, we're forced to take a year of ethics studies. Ethnic studies or ethics studies? I mean, to be fair, I'm in favor of both, but ethnic studies teacher is almost certainly a socialist. She had a poster of Angela Davies on her wall. Socialist teachers are based. Too bad they're going to get removed from the education system. We didn't learn anything from World War II. Yeah, no, we didn't. Of course not. That old film, Don't Be a Sucker, shows how people like Hitler and Trump came to power. Yes, but even I haven't seen that film. Well, it depends on how you're doing it for profit media. Again, there's nuance. This is not black and white. You can call them Nazis in a productive way in some context, and in some context, it is not good and not productive to do so. It matters to whom, it matters where, it matters when, it matters who's seeing it, and who is the target audience. And also, yeah, like in my high school, there were a lot of Nazis present as well, regardless of like I remember people cracking jokes in history class to the point where the teacher would get incredibly angry. I remember at one point, there was graffiti in every bathroom in the school done. I don't know how they managed to do it. It was all the bathrooms, the teachers' bathrooms, the boys' room, the girls' room were all covered in swastikas, SS symbols, were the white knights, blah, 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 just all over the place. So, and I lived in New Jersey, which is not really the most right-leaning part of the country, you know what I mean? You start talking like me that MAGA may be human beings. I never said that they weren't human beings. I said that it depends on which group of MAGA I'm referring to. Some of them are garbage, such as this guy. Garbage, trash, don't care about him. No worth to society, no hope in changing for the better. Not a point in worrying about. Some of these people who might be here to protest or might be here because they support the Nazis, maybe they're trash too. If you're there to support Nazis, I think you're probably trash. However, someone like one of you who doesn't support Nazis, but maybe voted for Donald Trump because you felt like it might economically benefit you, then no, I don't think you're trash. And you, I think I will treat in good faith and speak to like a human being. Speak to in a way that isn't belittling and treating you like garbage because you don't deserve it. You're not evil and soulless like those people are. You can tell the difference oftentimes, and if you can't tell the difference, then it is probably a good idea to default to being nice until they show you who they are, and if they deserve it, then treat them like shit. I'm never, ever, 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 ever gonna tell you to be nice to Nazis. If 10 people join one Nazi sitting at the table, there are now 11 Nazis at the table. Exactly. Exactly. Now, if you hate Nazis, but you voted Trump, doesn't mean you're a Nazi. It means you supported Nazis, and you're guilty for that. But that doesn't mean you can't be saved. It doesn't mean you can't be changed. It doesn't mean that you can't be brought over to better positions. There is a difference. Not every Republican is worth trying to work with. Not every Republican is worth trying to bring over to your side. Not all of them are worth reconciling with. Some of them are, though.
And I was in the rap culture. And I was.
Oh wait, I went too far back. But like, you guys understand how people become radicalized into this? Like the types of the rhetoric that is used and employed by these Nazis, and also broadly by the right in general, to turn especially young men into extremists.
I mean, I went to Obama's inauguration and I was a leftist. All this shit. Same thing as you.
I'm the same as you, again.
Well, that's
pretty white power.
Give me one of these.
Fuck you.
He just doesn't get it yet. He doesn't get it yet.
Yeah. That's all right.
That's good,
We'll
man.
finish the video
That's
this
good.
time. I'm
So
done
no
pausing it.
pharmaceuticals either? It's good. And you'll get this. You'll figure it out.
He's
You will figure it
smart.
out.
He knows. He knows that these are bad people. And yes, although he questions himself for a moment, in the end, it is his actual morals that win out. But again, this is an Antifa kid. This is like a kid that would go out there in full like black and fight these Nazis in the street. The kind of people that very rarely actually exist, but the right pretends is the entire left. This kid is harder to radicalize depending on whether his ideology actually fits in with broader leftism, or if it doesn't, then easier. Well, I mean, yeah, but again, Lennon, this is a kid. I would also immediately start hurling slurs at them. I would make fun of them. I'd call them communists. I don't give a fuck. I would break their brains in a way that, like, what is this bitch saying is how they'd be talking behind their, like, to each other. Like, what the fuck is this bitch on about? That's what they'd be doing. I didn't really think he's, no, I think he is. I think he does want them to shut up, but I don't know, just based on the type of, like, these types of people that I've interacted with, and whenever I'm faced with Nazis, hey, Frank, get down. Sorry, hold on, my cat's about to knock my light over. And this is why you're not allowed in here. When I've engaged with these kinds of people, both like Antifa types, as well as whenever I've had to talk to Nazis, I know that there's a difference in how people behave when you answer them. If you want these people to shut up, you just tell them to shut the fuck up. This kid, realistically, should have like thrown a punch, knowing the type of people and I mean, there's a cop behind him, so obviously he's not going to do that. But like, that's the kind of belief system that you have when you're out in the streets as Antifa and you're coming face to face with Nazis. Standing there quietly listening, to me, says question, at the very least processing. Maybe not questioning, but processing. And the only reason I really want to put so much emphasis into that, because again, even if this kid isn't questioning their belief system, even if this kid isn't confused, even like though I think he is based on facial expression, you can't always read that correctly. You know, I'm not God, so I could be wrong, but this is still the tactics that they use. And there are many instances every day, every single day, there's instances of this happening.
I'm glad you're not drinking it on drugs. That's all I care about. You'll figure it out. You're smart.
They pretend to care about you.
If you care about shit, you're going to come to our side.
I'm nothing like you.
You're not yet, because you don't have enough.
Never be anything like
You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out.
White power, Tupac.
It's very much at the end when they started joking around is when he woke up to his senses. At the very beginning of this, he did not look as firm in his beliefs, whereas as soon as they started joking, he woke up and was like, oh fuck, right, these are Nazis.
Because
to me, that's my view.
Truth overcomes all their bullshit. You are everything like us.
You like GMO food or organic food?
What's that? I'm not your friend.
I don't want you to be my friend yet. I want you to learn
So
and
if I
then
took
become
my
my
mask
friend.
off, it wouldn't
Yeah,
make you.
you're not there yet. You're not.
Again, what I mean to say here, again, I'm not your friend. I don't want you to be my friend. I just want you to listen and learn. It is a way of going back and forth of the dialectic of, I know you hate me and that's okay. And also, yeah, but you don't really hate me. It is confusing to people. This is how they hijack your brain, with that dialectic. It's how the right does misinformation more times than not, is with telling you both one thing and the opposite thing are both true at the same time. Now, I mean, I listening to my mom's dumbass points so I can swing back and smack her down until she tells me to shut the fuck up because I've proven her wrong too many times. Yes, but that is somewhat different in that this is your parents, and patience in listening to your parents say dumb shit so you can respond is A, just more common, but B, more of a requirement than an anti-fascist being faced with a group of 4 or 5 neo-Nazis in the street. And that's what I mean to say. How in the world are Nazis making a comeback? Trump amplifies these people. Well, to be fair, it's not just Trump, and they've been making a comeback way back since 2016. And Steve Bannon is the guy that made Nazis like feel okay talking about the fact that they're Nazis again. Remember Charlottesville?
There yet. You will.
You fucking Nazi.
I'm saying if I took it off, would I?
I was a leftist like you. You'll find the truth.
So why
you find the shit out with age, man.
Fucking pieces of shit. So yeah, pay attention, be careful, don't get caught up in that environment. Okay. Jeez. Still have a lot to talk about, eh? All right, let's let me get some links open for you guys. Actually, I am going to go take some painkillers real quick. I'll just be right back in a half a second. And then we're going to move on to Marco Rubio, our new Secretary of State. Half a second. Yeah, kid's voice is really fucking deep. But some kids do have deep voices, you know, some teenagers do. I remember when I was like 16 or 17, there was this kid in my high school who had a voice that sounded like it was edited in, like, you know, the movie Deep Voices, where it's like the announcer that does the pre-roll ads for a movie. It sounded like that. Wild. Yeah, don't go to the Nazi brunch. And it is profitable to promote extreme opinions, but for-profit media isn't the one promoting Nazism. Social media is the one promoting Nazism. Well, to be fair, Fox News does, but that Fox News does everything bad, so, you know, you can't really find too much of an exception there. They're just evil ghouls. So, yeah, it is all clicks and money. So, Marco Rubio, new Secretary of State. Turkey specifically won't be happy with this one. I'm aware of that, but also this isn't about Turkey. It is about Israel, because Turkey is one of the only countries that is part of the West, as in part of NATO, that openly, regularly opposes Israel. Not because of moral or ethical reasons, might I add. That's not why. It's because of personal benefit. They'll pretend it's for moral and ethical reasons. It's not, I promise you. But this is all around Israel. And again, in 2019, Marco Rubio opposed Turkish incursion into Syria and Trump's withdrawal decision. To be fair, I also opposed the incursion into Syria, in which case we agreed there. Foreign policy can get a little weird in the case of multiple, yeah, even broken clock is right twice a day. When you're talking about like the Middle East, in that there's multiple different world powers vying for influence and control, sometimes you do end up on the side of the people that you often disagree with, but doesn't really mean much. So what does this mean for everyone else? Well, first of all,
No, I will not.
oh, and also I forgot to mention another reason that Rubio is really not into Turkey right now is because they see Turkey as not only a backer of Hamas, but the new home of Hamas. We don't like countries invading other countries unless they're communist. I don't like countries invading other countries, period.
Senator Rubio, will you call for a
No, I
ceasefire
will
in
not.
Gaza?
On the
Senator
contrary.
Rubio,
Are you filming it?
wait,
So I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes. And I hope you guys post that.
And what about the civilians that are being killed every day?
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this.
This is illegal under international law, by the way. This is like objectively supporting a genocide and minimizing a genocide and lying about a genocide, which are all illegal under the international law. But again, none of these people give a shit about the law, so.
So Hamas has stopped building their military installations underneath hospitals.
So you
underneath
don't care that 15,000 have died? You don't care about the babies that are being killed every day?
I think it's horrifying. I think it's terrible, and I think...
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do find it so horrifying. Meh, 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 meh. Do you agree or disagree with the decision to withdraw? I don't, because it was the only... I don't, because it was the only way to prevent Turkey from invading. Syria? Well, the thing is, you can't make the U.S. the policeman and then also not want the U.S. to be the policeman. If we're either involved or we're not involved in Middle Eastern affairs, and as America, I think that it's better if we're not involved. Not because I'm okay with the bad things that could happen as a result of that from happening. That's not why. I would still think that we should speak out against it, but actively having our military in the region, it's not good. It doesn't benefit anybody. What? Fuck are you talking about? We don't have a great track record. Yeah, exactly. If someone asks us for help, I can see us like that's fine. We can go help them. But Trump wanted to withdraw, and I was on board with that. We should have withdrawn a decade before that, at least. probably even well before that. I don't know. And honestly, like, the Kurds in Syria are fucked. They're fucked from everybody. Like, they're fucked by Syria, they're fucked by Iran, they're fucked by Turkey, they're fucked by Iraq.
Hamas is 100% to blame. That's what I think. Make sure you post that, please.
I think people like you are 100% to blame. Oh.
I want to start this evening with CNN's
No, I want to start this evening by talking about some of the funny stuff that Marco Rubio has said about Donald Trump. This is one of the things that I'm looking forward to for this coming administration, is being able to point out the criticisms that people have given to Donald Trump that are now part of the administration. It's just kind of funny, you know? You know, where they're all fucking cowards. Every single one of them. Almost all of these people had spoken about Donald Trump in a way that is combative, that is, you know, this man is a grifter, he's a narcissist, he's a liar, he's a coward, and every single one of those people have bent the knee. Every single one of them has bent the knee. You want to see an ad that Donald Trump ran against Marco Rubio?
Corrupt Marco Rubio has spent years defrauding.
Oh, no, they're absolutely going to be doing that. You think these people aren't that insecure that like Donald Trump wouldn't want to know the fucking measurement of everyone in his staff's genitals so he can specifically only hire people that he doesn't feel insecure about or some shit? Maybe not Trump. Maybe Elon wants that. Maybe Vance wants that. All of these people are losers. And that's how losers behave. Every single one of them.
People of Florida. As a legislator, he flipped on a key vote after making a quick $200,000 from selling his house to the mother of the bill's lobbyist. He used the Republican Party's credit card to pave his driveway and to live it up in Las Vegas. When he got caught, he said he had used the wrong credit card. But he had used the same Republican Party card for 6 flights between Miami and Tallahassee. Then billed the state for the same airline tickets and pocketed the cash until, once again, he got caught.
Yes, literal dick measuring contest. By the way, all of them do this shit. It's not just Marco Rubio. Every single one of them does that shit. He just got caught, and Donald Trump capitalized on it with an ad. But still. All right, let's see what kind of stuff these fascists are cooking.
Who is joining me on the phone on this breaking news. Jim, I just want to first get your take on hearing that it doesn't appear this is formal yet, but if Trump is leaning in this direction, and that is what all of our sourcing is indicating at this hour, what the significance of a Marco Rubio as a Trump pick for Secretary of State would be in your view?
I'll never understand that. I don't want to know.
For one, it very much, Caitlin, puts China at the center of Trump's
I don't want to know
policy.
any more about this.
The combination of Rubio and Waltz, both of whom are big
They're
China.
already so stupid. Pretending that we're going to go to war with China. They're already so stupid. Wow. 30 seconds in, CNN. And you're already not only off to the wrong track, but so far from the correct and likely track that it's even not worth watching you right now. Are you kidding? Rubio, Secretary of State, Trump ambassador to Israel. At least we all saved Gaza by not voting for Harris, right? Yep, Oprah. I covered it all in the very beginning of the stream, in fact. Gaza is totally safe. So is the West Bank, might I add.
Allergy to China. He's highlighted China's mass incarceration.
Oh my God. They're just going to pretend, aren't they? All right, I want a poll right now. Give me your honest opinions. Second. There you go. That's the poll. There you go. Age of assassinations, please. No Fed posting.
Enforced labor of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, as well
It's
as
not
China's
quite, but
intelligence gathering inside this country. So he has a deep and long resume on China. And listen, it shouldn't be surprising, given that Trump himself, of course, has made China a target both of his national security policy, but also his economic policy.
They really don't understand. Like, I think that this isn't even just a matter of them not having the right opinion. I think they physically cannot fathom the idea of the Trump campaign, the Trump administration rather, being pro-Russia and pro-China and anti-America.
Campaign
Fucking liberals.
of imposing significant tariffs on Chinese goods, and
it is in Project
bring to
2025
his team
ish, kind of. It's not overtly spelled out, but it's definitely signaled and indicated in a very, like, the whole document is mostly just signaling towards worse things than they've written down. Like I said last stream, Steven Seagal should be ambassador to Russia or Belarus. Care.
A Rubio and a Waltz, two individuals
Not sure
with history
what good
there and
or
focus
bad that
on
would ever
China.
do. I don't think.
I'll say this as well, that given the concern about some of Trump's foreign policy positions, particularly among Democrats, the outgoing Biden administration, but also some more traditional Republicans, I think it's safe to say that both Rubio and Waltz are not out there, as it were, right? That their positions on China are very...
They're so stupid. All right, that's enough of CNN. And yes, we should go full Siegel. So right now, they're calling Donald Trump on Twitter, at least the right is, neocon Don, right? Because he's picking neoconservatives for his cabinet. It doesn't mean he's a neocon. He's not the one in charge. The people that are being picked for these positions are not being picked for these positions because of their policies. They're not being picked for these positions because of their beliefs. Not all of them. Some of them are, obviously. Stephen Miller is getting picked because of his ideology and his policy. But people like this are being picked because they're loyal and because they do as they're told. They are picked because they're the dog, the puppy, the one that does as it's told, not as it believes. And also, like, in regards to Rubio, the Russians are already calling the shots for who replaces Rubio in the Senate. So here's Benny Johnson, known Russian agent, worked for Tenet Media, indicted under the DOJ. Some reason still, I know why, but still allowed to do this job. Talking about Laura Trump being the right person to fill the Florida Senate seat after Marco Rubio leaves the Senate to become the Secretary of State. Do we really need to read this? Like, I'm sure we all don't need to know why Laura Trump shouldn't become the senator for Florida, just with the last name Trump alone. Yeah. Just more Hitler, right? More and more and more Hitler. Well, to be fair, it's not like the rest of them are all that much better. Now, here is Mike Waltz.
Our military has become hyper-focused to its detriment.
By the way, sorry, forgot. This is our chairman of the Heritage's National Independent Panel on Military Services being picked for, what was his role? What did they pick him for again? It was not national security. It was, God damn it. How do I not remember? I just looked this up a second ago. He got picked for what exactly? It's foreign policy related. I know it's foreign policy, but what exact position was he picked for? God damn it. Can one of you remind me? Before I find out? Wikipedia, come on. Aha. Endorsed in 2024. No, nothing, really? Not officially counting as anything right now. Well, Oh, sorry, never mind. He's the independent panel of military services and readiness guy. That's his job. Which I guess just means make sure the soldiers are ready to go fight in Iran.
Our military has become hyper-focused to its detriment, in my view, on climate initiatives.
Oh, see, I would have said on war with Iran.
And on other initiatives, such as preferred pronouns and eco-friendly tanks, rather than lethality.
Please, one of you, when is the last time you heard, when have you ever heard of like people talking about eco-friendly tanks? And I'm not talking about like someone saying, oh, look, this exists. I'm saying we should make our tanks eco-friendly. When is the last time you have ever heard anyone talking about this? Because I sure haven't.
Rather than lethality. Rather than putting bullets and bombs on enemy soldiers and making them believe that we have the full capability.
Hey guys, the people who didn't like when Kamala Harris was talking about how lethal the U.S. military is, do you like this any better?
Intent to do so. That demonstration of strength is how we keep the peace. Last I checked, there's no charging stations for electric tanks in Ukraine or in Africa.
Thank you, Lennon, because that doesn't exist and it's never happened before, and neither is what this guy's claiming, that the U.S. military is focusing to its detriment on pronouns and electric tanks. Sure, that's what the U.S. military is focused on. Not like any of us have paid attention in the last, I don't know, 15, 20 years.
Or really anywhere else in the world. And also, last I checked, our enemies aren't worried about how diverse our squadrons are. Never once, as a Green Beret, calling in air support, did any of my Green Berets worry about the sexual orientation.
No shit, then why are you so obsessed with it? Idiots. Like, the people that listen to this and go, yeah, no, that's exactly right. Those are the idiots. This guy's just a demon. Nobody cares about your sexual orientation or your gender identity if you're in a war zone. This is fucking common knowledge. The military does not want you to actually spend the time doing this. The Pentagon was against Trump kicking out trans people last time around. They were against the addition of rules like, what was it, because we took away Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and they brought it back, didn't they? Or they tried to, at the very least. The Pentagon doesn't want this. The military doesn't want this. It's you fucking sick people that keep trying to jam this shit into it. Leftists aren't sitting here talking about how we need a gender-diverse military. Leftists aren't sitting here talking about how the military should be more respectful of your sexual orientation. That's not what we're on about. That's what you people are talking about. You're obsessed with it. You are the people that literally will not shut the fuck up about it. And then no, it's the left's fault. It's like, you know, Kamala Harris lost the election because she spent too much time talking about trans people. Oh yeah, the person who ran their election without saying the word transgender once. Yeah, that one.
Of the pilot. Or race, religion, socioeconomic background. I can guarantee you our enemy's bullets and enemy fighter pilots aren't worried about that either. The only thing they're worried about is whether we're American or not, of whether we are capable of defending ourselves and defeating them or not.
Yeah. Fucking so stupid. What is the difference? Everyone believes we do. They say we do. Well, yeah. Functionally, there isn't a difference. Everyone does believe that we do. You're correct. I guess maybe lean into it. Who knows? Obviously not, because we don't get the chance to do so. But that's what I mean. If we want to be able to get our messaging across, we have to be able to do so in a way that it isn't immediately shut out as misinformation from our side that they think is what we're doing. Like they think that we're lying when we say that that's not what we're doing. How do we fix that? How do we fix the rhetorical divide? How do we fix the fact that the right will never listen to anything we have to say because they don't believe in facts? Well, we take away the ability for right-wing media organizations to lie to people. We have to cripple their media. And to do that, first we kind of have to fix ours, because, like, look at this. This is CNN 7 hours ago today airing this. You know how late this is? I was talking about this more than a week ago, and CNN is only talking about it now. Our media, as in what they consider the left's media, which is not, by the way, it's not leftist in any way, shape, or form. It is, at best, old school Republican. But even them are worthless, useless little shits that can't do their job.
A new and disturbing analysis shows attacks against
Be
women
back again.
have
Sorry, I
surged
gotta
on
pee a lot.
social
Been drinking a
media
lot of
in the
tea
days following
because
Donald
quitting
Trump's
nicotine is
election win.
rough.
Hateful
So,
and sexist phrases like "your body, my choice" and "get back to the kitchen" are getting millions of clicks online. White nationalist and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes posted "your body, my choice" forever on election night. It's been viewed more than 90 million times. So does this abuse amount to right-wingers just indulging in online trolling, or is it a glimpse into a deeper sexism in this country? Let's discuss with my panel, social entrepreneur and women's lifestyle advocate Nadia Okamoto, CNN political commentator Margaret Hoover, and welcoming back Michaela Carr, GOP strategist. Ladies, it's great to have you on. I'm really looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this. Nadia, I want to start with you. This phrase, "your body, my choice," is rewording and degrading a rallying cry used by women in support of reproductive rights. Have you or your online community experienced any of these attacks since the election?
I mean, I think that it has not just been since the election. I think it's been over the last, let's say, 8 years since we first saw, Donald Trump really come onto the national political scene. And I think that it's because some of this rhetoric has not only been normalized, it's also been celebrated. And so I think that it's something that I've experienced as a content creator who talks a lot about women's health.
It is center right. You're correct. But, like, how useless are these fucking people? And it took them a full week at minimum to manage to get onto the topic that was trending literally everywhere, because Nick Fuentes saying this caused school children all over the country to start saying it in school, like running around shouting it at other children, at teachers, at whoever the hell they want. Don't need to watch the whole panel, obviously. What happens? Social media, algorithm content, that's all pretty new. It's not all that new. It's not new enough that CNN shouldn't know about it until a week and a half after the fact. Again, this was everywhere, and they're on social media. Pre-breakfast banana. CNN is on social media. Their analysts are looking at this stuff. They talk about things that happen immediately. Like they're covering the Trump picks right now. As they've come out, they're covering them. We've all been raising the alarm bells for this for a while now. You're very correct, Art. You're absolutely correct. I personally have been screaming about this for months alone, just me alone. And I'm one of 50 billion quadrillion people. Speaking of education, though, so Kristi Noem is the one who's now in charge of education, and very, very, very clearly requires going back to school herself.
Texas and those 13 original colonies would have never signed the treaty that formed the first Constitution of the United States if they didn't think that there...
I'm sorry, did you just say what I think you said? You did, but let's play that again. Let's put the volume up so you can all hear it and turn the subtitles on, because this is like a level of stupid that for Fox News is still unheard of. And yes, I did pre-breakfast banana.
Texas and those 13 original colonies would have never signed the treaty that formed the first Constitution. Texas and those 13 original colonies would have never signed the treaty that formed the first...
Texas wasn't one of the 13 colonies, you fucking dipshit. These are the people that are in charge of education. The lady who doesn't know what the 13 colonies are, let alone every other thing that she said is incorrect anyway, but you got on, you have to know that there is no way for any second of a moment of time that I believe that she didn't think that that statement was correct in the case of what the colonies are, not the actual facts of the statement. She knows she's lying, but she didn't think that part was a lie. I guarantee it.
First Constitution of the United States, if they didn't think that their right to protect themselves and defend their own people was protected. So what Joe Biden is doing is
Texas and the original 13 colonies. Yeah, sure. Even though, you know, Texas came well after we had more than 13 colonies. Doesn't matter. These people are, like, genuinely, actually dumb sometimes. Some of them are. Kristi Noem is both a demon and she is dumb. So, it comes so natural she didn't know she lied. Oh, like, she might have just been outright lying. I'm making a guess in that she actually didn't know that. But I believe that, you know? I really do think that they are that dumb. Now, what else do we have? Oh, God, I don't want to talk about all these fucking people. Okay. Here's, while I get all the new, Trump admins ready, this is what the Oklahoma Department of Education is doing right now to prepare for when Trump takes office so that they could just flip the switch on real quick and make all of the horrible changes at the same time. And yes, I am being generous when I say that. I could forgive it if they said Vermont in the original 13 colonies, since Vermont fought as an independent republic alongside the U.S. And you think that they're aware of that, Art? They don't know that.
Yeah, this new committee will take President Trump's anticipated policy changes in education and implement them right here in Oklahoma. State Superintendent Ryan Walters says this move will get Oklahoma to be ready day one. Change in public education is coming from the top down, and Oklahoma's top educators.
What have I told you guys about change that comes from the top down versus change that comes from the bottom up again?
Says we'll be first in line.
What we want to make sure that we're able to do is implement big changes in the fastest way possible.
State Superintendent Ryan Walters says Oklahoma will be ready when President Donald Trump dismantles the U.S. Department of Education.
We've been at the
Oh
tip
yeah,
of
I
the
didn't even realize you said Civil War. I in my brain understood that was the American Revolution, but I think even I read it out as Civil War.
spear for the most aggressive conservative education agenda in the country already. And now with President Trump bringing in an even bigger set of reforms, we want to be the state most prepared to implement that.
The Oklahoma State Department of Education announced a new task force Monday, the Trump Education Advisory Committee. Walter says this committee will make reform recommendations until President Trump takes office. Then the group will be ready day one to put those changes in motion. OSDE says the goal of this newly formed group is to align Oklahoma's education with President Trump's agenda, develop state legislation, and replace or revise federal programs.
Gotta love that. So, sorry to your education. Yep, only good change comes from the bottom. It cannot positively come from the top. Just like in economics and how trickle-down economics does not work, giving the rich more money will not give you more money. Giving the rich more power will not fix your problems. Ever. In any case, it will only ever make them worse.
For teachers, but how do we get more merit pay across the board so that your great teachers can make a lot more money? How do we make sure that parents have more say in who the administrators are in their schools?
Oklahoma's largest teachers union.
I don't give a fuck what you believe. As a parent, you have no say in the administrators of a school. Like, on your own personal opinion, I don't give a fuck what that is. You think that I trust the opinion of parents over, like, educators? No, not even remotely.
Called this move premature, saying the state receives $1 billion from the federal government for education, questioning how students can continue to feel supported and for those with disabilities not left behind.
You can't. That's the point. That's what these people voted for. People who need supports, you're fucked. If you have disabilities and can't learn, you're fucked. Blame the rest of the country that voted for it. If you have kids that are going to suffer because of this, you know who to blame. And if you're one of the parents of the kids that suffer from that are going to suffer from this, because we've seen evidence of parents talking about, oh shit, like I didn't realize it was gonna fuck my kid's school. You're at fault for that. You're directly responsible for ruining your child's education. Have fun. Enjoy.
Now, Walter says this committee will be made up of educators and policymakers in and outside of Oklahoma. OSDE says those names will be announced later this week.
True pre-breakfast banana. Thank you for understanding that. By the way, like all of these like little changes that they're making to different systems, for example, in education in this instance, whereas they're doing much more substantial changes on immigration, sure, but they're also going to be working to weaken unions, adding exemptions to certain like job roles. They're doing a lot of different things, right? But let's have a look at like what did the Nazis do after Hitler was sworn in as chancellor? Well, one, they used they used the burning of the Reichstag to blame the left, sure, but besides this, they just continued to blame the left for all of their problems, as well as other groups, including primarily Jews, but many, many other groups. Edited laws to eliminate the other political party. Now, we're not there quite yet, but the Democrats are kind of dead on their own anyway, so don't really need to. Removed undesirables, first from legal professions, then from civil services and government roles, then from cultural life and arts. Well, we're not in the legal profession part of this yet, but they've already talked about removing undesirables from civil service, such as education. We have already heard them talk about undesirables in the military. In fact, we just covered today a board that is being created specifically to look for undesirables in the military. And by the way, the legal profession is next on that list. Government roles, they don't have to do because they're just going to fire most of the government workers anyway. That's part of Project 2025. And then finally comes to the rest of us. Cultural life and arts, that'll start with celebrity and then it'll work its way down. Use the SS to create camps. They're using ICE to create camps because they're creating the camps down by the border. They've announced that they're going to. They're announced how much they're going to cost and announced who gets to run them. 1-to-1. Created a Gestapo force. We're not there quite yet, but, you know, give it some time. Passed a law allowing for indefinite imprisonment of whoever they wanted. Well, like we in America kind of already had this with the Patriot Act. They'll just, bring that back and change it around a bit to suit their needs more. Burned more books, made public shows of it. They've been burning books for years now and making public shows of it. Deprived certain recently naturalized individuals of citizenship on the list of things they're doing day one. And passed laws associated with birth control, sterilization, and eugenics. Well, you know, we're already going to ban birth control. They're not at sterilization just yet, but they will. They'll start with the prison population. And eugenics, they're going to be teaching in schools. So, you know, I disagree that he will get Trump deported. Or first of all, Trump can't get deported. But no, I don't think Legal Eagle is going to manage to do anything that's actually going to harm Trump. You can't legally get your way out of this anymore. They're fascists and they have control. It's too late to do anything legally to do that. All these acts that take our freedoms away have real choice names. Watch out if they try and pass Most Freedom Ever Act. Yeah, actually, generally, that's a good piece of advice. Usually, if you pay attention to the name of the bill they're trying to pass, imagine it means exactly the opposite of what it means. Like, for example, right to work laws aren't about you having the right to work. It's about sending children to work, making them have not the right to work, but the right of parents to force their kids to work, or the right of the state. No, I mean, Legal Eagle is going to be deported. Oh shit, well that would suck. Can he be deported? Is he not a citizen? To be fair, like if you make content consistently against this administration, you probably want to move overseas anyway. If we're being completely honest here. Anyway, on to the EPA, off of education. This is our new EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin is, I mean, he's the EPA administrator, so you can kind of imagine exactly the kind of shit that he believes, but just Project 2025 would make it easier for big corporations to dump dangerous toxins and poison Americans. Trump appointee to run the EPA, Lee Zeldin, is already on Fox News talking about deregulations, surprising literally nobody. This is another guy in that have no, part of that group of, I have no actual real ideological beliefs, either politically or environmentally. I just care about money. That's this guy. This is a grifter, not a Nazi supporter, because it will make him money and give him power, but this one's a grifter. Nobody is more white and American than him. Where will he get deported to? The Capitol? Legal Eagle? Yeah, no, probably straight to a jail cell in the Capitol, actually. So Zeldin was a score of just 14% from the League of Conservation voters on his votes on environmental issues in his 15 years in Congress, is expected to oversee an overhaul of the EPA that will rival anything seen since its foundation in 1970. An exodus of staff is expected from the agency, with employees already raising fears that they will be subject to political interference and that their work to protect Americans from toxic chemicals and planet-heating emissions from cars, trucks, and power plants will be torn up. They will be torn up. Sorry, guys. Like I said, when we covered the hazmat explosion at the Louisville plant earlier, this is going to happen much more often, and it's going to happen for the same reason it already happens now. Not enough regulation on the industry, an insubstantial amount of consequences for when they fuck up. They're going to remove essentially all regulation on these industries, and they're never going to face any form of consequences. So the naming of Zeldin less than a week after Trump won is far quicker than his previous term in the White House, when he took until December to name Scott Pruitt as his pick for the EPA. Pruitt resigned in 2018 amid a flurry of ethics scandals, including allegations that he gave staffers improper pay raises and that he constructed an expensive soundproof phone booth in his office, and that he tasked employees with fetching him moisturizer with a favorite mattress. What the fuck? Okay, so like the soundproof phone booth to me sounds like an excuse to be able to have like conversations that are not overheard, you know, like illegal, unethical conversations. Asking his employees to fetch him moisturizer and a favorite mattress, that shit's weird. Like, I know Republicans are weird, but I didn't think they were gooning in office weird. Yeah, he's literally a gooner, as is often the case with Republicans. But then we get the Treasury Secretary in a way that is like, this almost sounds like a joke. Scott Bessent, who served as George Soros's chief investment officer. So all of the times that they screamed about Soros means literally nothing. Of course, at the time, we all knew anytime they said Soros, what they meant is Jews. But turns out they don't really have a problem with Soros at all, just the Jews. This guy is just like a corporate sleazebag. Not anything special. He will absolutely work specifically for the bourgeoisie and nobody else. And they don't care about you. They hate you. These people fucking hate you. I tell you every time. And often I get pushback, but I'm telling you, they fucking hate you. Now we have Death over here, the eternal crypt keeper, talking about why Rick Scott should have the job. What job was he given again? Too many of these people today. Rick Scott, what was his position again? He was given... Here we go. What position did they put him in? Sorry, guys, there's too many of these to keep track of in my head, of all the different jobs that they were given, mostly because half of these don't make any sense. I'm going to keep this one open. So we got Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, Mike Huckabee for Israel, covered that one. John Ratcliffe, Pete Hegseth, Susie Wiles, we haven't talked about you yet. Tom Homan. Oh, wow, they haven't officially talked to Rick Scott enough to put him on that list, but he's gonna be the one of it.
Other people supporting you. Tell us why you should get that job.
What job? Tell us that too.
Thank you for your support. Look, I'm a business guy. Successful
He is a
business guys
smug
get
git.
things done. I want
Does he not sound like a smug git? I'm still trying to remember which goddamn role they
the Donald Trump agenda
offered him.
implemented. I want his nominees confirmed as quickly as we can get those nominees confirmed so we can get to work. He's got great nominees. I hope it's true about Marco Rubio. My friend's going to be Secretary of State. I hope that's all true. We've got to get his agenda done. We're going to be able to do some things through reconciliation. Everything we can do. We need
Oh,
to
he might just be
maximize
Senate Majority Leader.
everything we can do to help Donald Trump get his agenda done. We had a great Tuesday. We can all be way more excited. But if we don't have the right leader in the
Guy's
Senate,
literally a demon.
then what's going to happen is all the things that Donald Trump wants to do is going to get bogged down, not going to happen. Nominees won't get done. So I am absolutely committed to do whatever it takes to get his nominees.
That's a lie, by the way. This idea that, like, if we fight back, they'll manage to, like, actually slow them down much. I don't believe this. I hope it's true. I really, really, really hope it's true. And we absolutely should. But to think that, like, just by measure of inconveniencing them that we're going to manage to stop them, like appointments and shit, no, I don't believe that at all. So yeah, this guy's going to be the Senate Majority Leader most likely.
Because we have to give some credit to the American people that they're somewhat intelligent and that they know the difference between an opinion show and a news show.
Yeah.
No, they don't, because they watch you, Hannity. Nazi Caillou. Kind of does look like a Nazi Caillou. You're not wrong. Can't wait to see the legislation they get through. America's returning to the greatness of some point in time yet to be divulged. Yeah, yet to exist. I really shouldn't just comfortably scroll through Twitter like that. I'm going to accidentally scroll into something that's TOS. So here's Homan again. This is the border czar. That's his actual job position.
Let me ask you this. Do you like the idea of maybe giving a grace period where people that did not respect our laws, borders, sovereignty, that maybe you give them 2 or 3 months and you say you can self-report and we will help deport you. We will send you back to your home country. And if you do that, we'll put money in your pocket so you can rebuild your life, which would be a lot cheaper than paying for 3 nights at a 4-star hotel in New York.
Which was never happening.
Giving them a debit card. And
not the way they say it was.
After a year or 2 years or 3 years, whatever it is, you can then apply to come into the country legally.
Really? You're going to pretend as if the people that we kick out are ever allowed back in? That if you willingly self-deport, that what you can apply to come back in 2 or 3 years? They're just going to tell you fuck off and call you like a slur. See ya, pre-breakfast banana. Have a good night.
Legally. If you don't deport, then you will never be given an opportunity at citizenship. And when you leave, you will never be invited back. You will never be able to apply to come into the country.
Which is already what's going to happen. But
like a good idea or no?
Criminals and gang members get no grace period. But while we're out prioritizing the public safety threats and national security threats, if you want to self-deport, you should self-deport. Because, again, we know who you are, and we're going to come and find you. So if you want to self-deport, that's fine. But criminals and gang members, they get no favors from this administration.
I do really like the word comrade. And I do like seeing y'all refer to each other as comrade. We are all comrades. These are the fucking Nazis, guys. We're fighting the Nazis now. So at the very least, if you ever feel down about yourself, just know that you are, in this point in time, engaged in a ideological and political struggle against the forces of Nazism with which the United States is falling to. Or sorry, to which the United States is falling. So
You came to this country illegally, which is a crime. You committed crimes against the United States citizens, some heinous crimes. You get no...
Such as, you guys realize that they're gonna like arrest somebody for loitering, and then they're gonna say, ah, look at this immigrant criminal, we must deport you. They're gonna find a homeless guy sleeping on a bench somewhere, and they're gonna say, ah, look, a deportable criminal, and they're gonna deport you. You're gonna get one guy who, like, I don't know, finds a loaf of bread dropped in front of a grocery store and picks it up and then gets arrested for stealing bread from a grocery store, and then they'll deport him. That's what they're gonna do. That's how they've always functioned, and that's how this functioned in the past. Remember, the Nazis started out wanting to mass deport the Jews.
Grace period, so we're coming for you. But for
Or at least claimed as such, you know. They likely did not actually start out that way, but, you know, that was the claim, was mass deportation.
Non-criminals, if you want to self-deport, I'm all for it. Because when they self-report, they can put their orders, put everything in order, their family business, if they got homes or whatever, they can put all that in order and leave with their family altogether. It makes perfect sense for the ones that are not criminals and not priorities.
Look, I hate to say this, guys. I think you should take his advice on this. If you're at risk of being deported, if you are an undocumented immigrant, if you have parents that are undocumented and you were born in the United States, for example, I would leave before they can throw you out, because at the very least, I don't know, if you pack up and leave before they take power, you might be able to come back in. If we get lucky and this doesn't last decades. Yeah, but also if they deport you, you're going to suffer dramatically more in the camps, where they will make you do labor, where they won't deport you if you're useful to do labor. They'll just keep you in the camp. They'll deport the people that can't benefit the camp's labor policies. They'll deport the sick. They'll deport the weak. They'll deport anyone that isn't useful to them. And as long as you are, they will keep you there. They'll keep you there for slave labor. You think that they're not going to make these into work camps as well as detainment camps? They're concentration camps. Get real. And I mean, if whiteface helps you, do it. But honestly, like, if you are looking down the barrel at this guy, you might want to just take the L and leave beforehand, because they will make it so much worse for you. And it's not fair. You shouldn't have to. In fact, it's disgusting that this is where we are, and this is the advice that I have to give. But, like, fuck, I mean, they really do know who you are. They will use this surveillance apparatus of the government that normally, like, let's say, a regular government would not necessarily be able to use to that extent. Not to say that, like, you know, we know that all of our security agencies are spying on us all the time, but, like, the FBI can't, without a warrant, go looking at your phone, like, metadata and see what you're doing online, what you're thinking and believing, and then use that against you legally, because that's the law. They can't, like, they can look at it. They, you know, they're technically not allowed to do that either, but, like, they will, but they can't use it against you in a court of law. That doesn't matter anymore. We don't have a court of law. We have a court of whatever the fuck the Nazis say, and they will use whatever the hell they want to against you. They might just make shit up if they don't have anything on you. Jews left in a mass exodus when the Nazis took power. Do the same, because the Hispanic is the modern day Jew. True. Same with the trans folk and the queers and the, like, broadly, and then black people overall. Like, they're gonna go down the line, you know, and Hispanics are first in line. Well, actually, it seems like Hispanics and trans people are first in line. If you have the ability to leave, leave. Again, if you are queer and you need help getting out of a red state at the very least to a blue state, if not out of the country, join the Discord. I've also put out a video on YouTube in which I've linked some resources of things that you should be doing to prepare, and also a organization who primarily functions to get queer people out of red states and into blue states and set them up with a place to live and just get them on their feet in a safer place. So if you need help finding a safe place to go, definitely watch my video, check out those links, join me on Discord, and feel free to hop in and ask questions, you know, just prepare. Don't pretend like nothing's gonna happen. Don't pretend like this is the last time that he won and we all told you that they were gonna do Nazi shit and they didn't get to do Nazi shit because the people that were in government, like the bureaucrats and even his own party, stopped them from doing it. This time there's nobody to stop them. There are no brakes in this car and we're about to start going downhill very, very fast. The only break in this car is the wall that we watch, like that we crash into at the end. And also, yeah, you can go watch other streamer videos on the subject. I actually did check out Vosh's after I did mine. Better than my video, to be honest, but unsurprising for someone who's done this for 5 years versus my like 4 or 5 months. But no, like all of you should. Go watch as many people telling you, hey, like, here's some things you can do to protect yourself, because not everybody's going to have literally every single idea in their head. Not everyone's going to think of anything. You should go watch them. Go watch every single person makes a video on this. Go read on Twitter. Again, like, I've posted links to ones that are specific for certain groups in my chat before, and I'll be posting more on the Discord as well. But yes, pay attention. Don't get complacent. Now is not the time to tune out. Now is the worst possible time for you to tune out. Now is the time you need to be paying the most attention.
How are they going to get home? How do they get home?
Well, the ones we're going to arrest them up on an airplane and send them home. And the ones that want to go home on their own, they found their way across the world to come to the greatest nation on earth again.
Look how much joy he feels from fuck him.
Well, the ones we're going to arrest them up on an airplane and send them home.
Look at that little, like, pleased with himself smile.
And the
Piece of
ones
shit.
that want to go home on their own, they found their way across.
I support calling these people like this, like, the worst things that you can think of that aren't actually, like, unethical to say. Like, to be fair, like, even something, like, I don't like fat shaming, right? Not a nice thing to do. Not a nice thing to talk about a person's appearance and make them feel bad about it. This guy, though, is a fat sack of foreskin. And I'm okay with calling him that. I don't care. I don't care. You should not feel bad for insulting these ghouls. This guy really does just look like a sack of foreskin. Like a old, wrinkled nutsack of a man.
Across the world.
He's full mask off. Someone better touch this guy in Minecraft. Well, I mean, they're all kind of mask off. I am not gonna lie and say that, like, I actually like the mask offness, because I was so sick of them just overtly lying in a way that barely was trying. I'd much rather them just say the bad shit, because then we can just address it as what it is. A fat sack of circumcised. Sure, like, call him what is sack. Just call him a fat sack. Call him a piece of shit. Call him the what's the word? The shedded skin of RFK's brainworm. I don't care. Trump supporter czar Tom Homan says they're going to use U.S. special operations to wipe the cartels off the face of the earth. So you guys ready to go to war with Mexico too? Because we might. The illegal animals coming across the border. 31% of women can't make their journey, get raped by criminal cartels. Any source for these numbers? Like, honestly, from at this point forward, anything that comes out of the U.S. government, citation needed, or I don't believe it. Children get raped. I talked to little girls. Well, yes, they do, but they also get raped in America. By non-immigrants, by American citizens. So I'm not sure what that has to do with A, drug cartels, or B, immigration. These cartels are animals. That's why the President Trump's going to take them off the face of the earth. Now, obviously, calling the cartels animals is one thing. Calling the illegal animals is another. this is a conflation of the two. In this, it is a objective way of saying all illegal immigrants are the same as the drug cartels, and neither of them are human. Conservatives are honest in their hatred, but hatred of you, but liberals will pretend to fight for you and stand with you and will sabotage you at every moment. Exactly. So what you need to do is A, become a leftist, B, understand that the right will lie to you to misinform you, but will tell you the truth about how much they hate you. And the left, as in the liberals, will tell the truth about how much they don't hate you and they think that you should have nice things, but will lie about making the nice things happen, lie about how they fight for you and how they work for you. And not to say that they don't work for you at all. Of course, we covered this, even with Kamala Harris's campaign. They didn't even say much of what they did, but they did do a decent amount of economically for the American people under the Biden administration. They just never did any messaging on it, allowed Republicans to lead the lead with messaging on it. And so we ended up with Americans believing what they do. Maybe art, if we can ever get, I don't know, actual leftists in government. Again, like I said, run for your local offices if you can, especially honestly, under a Trump administration, if you are part of the classes of people that are privileged and are less subject to scrutiny, you should absolutely join your local state level politics, your county board of elections, your county board of education. That's the word I was looking for. Do whatever you can in changing the Democratic Party from the bottom up, because otherwise we don't stand a chance in 2028. We don't. Right now, the current existing party does not stand a chance. We will never win an election again unless we start paying attention to the working class. I don't think we need a Stalin or a Lenin. I would absolutely be okay with an FDR for the time being. I think, I understand where you're coming from, Lenin. I think there are benefits to leaders of that caliber in our current context, but at this point in time, I feel like that's more likely to get us put in the camps quicker than anything else right now. Right now, I think we need an FDR. And we need a lot of little FDRs. Bernie Sanders is our generation's FDR, right? We need a lot of young people to start mirroring Bernie Sanders' language and rhetoric. We need young people joining government with those ideals and those intentions. Whatever young people are left on our side that haven't been turned into extremists. And if we don't have Gen Z, then millennials. Kinda, but it kind of feels closer to more bourgeoisie 999 billion proles one. So who else do we have here? We got this guy. Oh wow, actually got through a lot more of this than I expected it to get through. Well, couple more things to talk about then. Get these ones open. Oh yeah, well, for the future, you can, I guess we're just gonna erase the right and their winning numbers. I'm okay with that. Let's just pretend they didn't win shit. Fuck them. I'm perfectly happy about that. Did we talk about Kristi Noem being the actual Homeland Security secretary? I think we covered the idea that she likely was going to be, but that she wasn't, not the full article. So she's going to work quite closely with Tom Homan. National security nowadays does not mean protecting you from a foreign war. It does not mean protecting you from extremist terrorist attacks, because usually the extremist terrorist attacks come from the right wing and the white nationalists. It's immigration. It's the border. That's what national security means now. And so her job, the lady who shot her dog, they really are out here shooting and fucking the dogs on the Republican side of things while they're claiming that the immigrants are eating them. Every accusation seems to be at least some form of a confession. The department saw an immense amount of turmoil the last time Trump was in office. Then DHS had 5 different leaders. The agency has $60 billion as its budget and hundreds of people that are employed. Probably, Lord Fluffy Art, I wouldn't be surprised, considering like half of the Republicans want to legalize rape, and the other half that don't want to legalize rape, a fourth of that, like 2/3 of them don't even think that women should be able to vote or be in positions of power. So FDR would be based, but eventually when the time, well, so that's the thing. If we had an FDR, he would be based enough that we wouldn't need a revolution. We could just electorally do socialism through FDR. Remember, that guy was not a fan of the bourgeoisie. FDR was not nice to big corporations. The New Deal, you know, was not a thing that necessarily the bourgeoisie was in favor of. The regulations around antitrust law, that's not a thing that big companies were happy with. You can make a lot of change with someone like an FDR, a SocDem like Bernie Sanders, and then lead that change into a greater socialism-based system, both economically and socially, outside of a revolution through an electoral system. And I think if we did manage to do that, then it would be a much more functional one. He did it so the commies wouldn't do USSA. Well, kinda, yeah, but it worked. That's the thing. It worked. And FDR was wildly popular for years following the fact. How many times did FDR win office? Yeah, FDR had 4 terms of presidency. He was the only president that had ever. He was that popular. Was he perfect? No. But go read FDR. Like, go read up on him. There's a reason I named my cat Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Yeah, 4 times the guy was elected president. 2 more than anyone else is legally allowed to do. He was a good president. All in significant landslides, exactly. Because turns out if you pay attention to the working class will support you. If you support them, they'll support you. If you are good to the working class, then they will vote for you because, you know, you're not a piece of shit. And they did 4 times. Okay, yes, but the bourgeoisie exists and you'll have to take authoritarian measures to eliminate them. Well, yes, but you can do so electorally. Like, for example, breaking up monopolies through the state is something that can be considered an authoritarian action. At the very least, it is technically in America today because corporations have the rights of people because of the Supreme Court. So on that alone, yeah, you kind of do need to do some form of authoritarian decision-making here, but that doesn't mean that it has to be from A, the people, B, in the form of a revolution, and C, that you can't do it straight from the state. He served about 12 years, yeah, but still, it doesn't, like, the fact that he won 4 times in and of itself is wild. It's insane. It's crazy. And he was a good president. We need another FDR. At the very least, didn't FDR followed Hoover, right? Herbert Hoover. And Herbert Hoover is who I see Donald Trump being compared to quite a bit. Now, one of the reasons why FDR won so big in his very first run after against Herbert Hoover, the very first time he became the president and the landslide victory, they used to call, this was during, obviously, the Great Depression. Herbert Hoover was the president. And during the time where he was president, Central Park in New York City was filled with tents of just people that were homeless, poor, living there and could not go anywhere else. They called it Hooverville. And the economic stress, the economic losses coming from the 1920s, the booming 20s into the Great Depression, made Herbert Hoover deeply, deeply unpopular. So the one hope is that if we do get another election again, where we do get another option, if Donald Trump is seen the way that Herbert Hoover was, as if Republicans are forced into having to be homeless or losing quite a lot of things that they take for granted, which many of them will, because not all Republicans are rich. Many poor people vote against their own benefit. This might be a thing that can lead to an increased chance of a Democrat winning. But again, if we do ever have an election again, a real one, where there is even a chance for a Democrat to win federally, we will have elections again. They're just not going to be free and fair. Part of Project 2025 and part of the announced changes are changes to how our elections work, our electoral system as a whole. And all of those changes are meant to, A, make it more difficult for people who they don't want to vote. Accelerationism mindset. Not necessarily. Accelerationism would be if I said, well, hey, we should let Trump win because of this, but he's already won and there's nothing we can do to stop it. This is cope. This is copium, not accelerationism. The copium is maybe he'll fuck up the American worker's life enough that some of the Republicans that voted for him that are poor might not next time if we have an economic populist. If we don't have an economic populist, it's over. The American voting base is stupid and forgets about the polls on trans people for Kamala. It doesn't matter what happens. It's like they, yeah, they are stupid. That's the thing. Kind of need to crush right-wing misinformation media to work on that first. Again, like I said earlier, it's not that they're stupid because they're born stupid. We're not talking about Republicans being innately dumb because they're incapable of having critical thinking for no reason other than that they're Republican. It's because they were taught specifically to not have these skills, and they're dumb because their ideology makes them dumb and the media that they consume makes them dumb. We need to stop that if we want any chance of having a working, functional democracy. It is realistically impossible. There is no way the left does that. Sorry. Not that I can think of. Not now, at least. We could manage it if, like, Joe Biden was like, hey, all right, let's fix some shit before I leave office. Yeah, okay, then maybe, but no. Given as soon as they take power, there is no chance of us doing this. Not for a long, long, long time. Not for as long as they're in power. And finally, I just wanted to touch on some environmental issues that are occurring in parts of the country that often don't. You could, well, actually, do we have an infrastructure bill that's going to go up to vote before inauguration? Because I thought we already passed that last infrastructure bill. I know that there's the budget bill that needs to be passed on December the 20th, and they might not pass that. They might just shut the government down on purpose by not passing the budget bill and defaulting on the federal debt. But aside from that, I'm not sure there's much up to be voted on that could make a substantial difference in the coming years. And again, it's not like Democrats have any power. We have nothing. No, they'll use it and claim the benefits from it. Yeah, they will. Absolutely. I said this earlier as well. They're totally going to claim the benefits from that. They're going to talk about how the economy's booming because of things that we did. They're going to take credit for everything that we've done because Democrats refuse to take the credit themselves. They didn't go up there and shout from the rooftops how much they did for the American people. And granted, it wasn't all that much, but it wasn't nothing. And now Republicans get to take credit for it. We're going to see a lot more fires like this, though. Again, this is New York and New Jersey having 11 wildfires right now in November. November 13th. Or sorry, 12th right now for you guys back home. It is burning in 11 different parts of New Jersey and New York. Why? When I was a kid, it would snow this time of year sometimes. I remember it being Halloween and having snow on the ground when I was a kid. Now it's 11 wildfires in mid-November in New York and New Jersey. This is not good, and it's going to get worse. New Jersey will issue a drought warning after the driest October ever as wildfires burn. It could take 10 inches of rain to meaningfully improve conditions in New Jersey right now. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane how hot it is right now. Wasn't it like 75 degrees on election day? I remember because I was watching like the live streams and I remember asking you guys like, why the fuck are they talking about the weather? And then seeing it be like 75 degrees, and it didn't click in my head at the time because, you know, I live in Australia, so the seasons are flipped, and right now it's spring. It's going into summer here. So seeing the warm weather did not surprise me. But then in hindsight, like, oh my God, wait a minute. This is the US we're talking about. It should not be that warm in like mid-autumn. So, let's have a look at some of these fires and how bad they look.
Creek wildfire, which is saddling Passaic County, New Jersey, and Orange County, New York, began on Saturday and has quickly spread. New York Governor Hochul now calling this the biggest fire in this region in 16 years.
And here are the numbers of where they're at. The fire still only about 10% contained, and more than 5,000 acres have burned in both states. One death also being blamed on the fire, an 18-year-old who was hit by a tree while working with firefighters.
Michelle Charlesworth will have more on the fire victim in just a moment. We are going to begin with Tony Yates and the race to keep those flames from spreading to homes and other structures.
All right, she's not anywhere near that bad, Lennon, but I do hear it. And Lord Fluffyard almost never rained here in SoCal, and last year school got canceled because it fucking flooded. Well, yeah, that's kind of like the fact that that happens in a lot of places, and that none of our cities have prepared for weather that we don't usually expect. In that we're having a lot of flooding issues in Australia as well, in states like New South Wales and Victoria, where like it does rain, but it's raining a lot more and it's flooding a lot more. Whereas like the infrastructure here is built for hot, dry weather. Australia is much more used to drought than it is to heavy rain, and it has been much more heavy rain than drought in at least the last year or two, if you're talking about Australia broadly. Obviously, it changes based on area to area, but you're going to see changes like this all over the United States too, and our infrastructure isn't prepared for it, and unfortunately, it probably won't be. This is what I say when I mean like Southern California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. These areas of the country are going to be practically uninhabitable within 10 to 15 to 20 years because of the amount of drought and how hot it's getting. It's just becoming a desert.
Tony?
Yeah, you know, and unfortunately, these are just the absolutely perfect conditions to make this wildfire so very difficult to fight and to douse. We know first responders are throwing everything they have at it. Even some homeowners are doing what they can to save
Again, like
their
this
properties.
Isn't California. This doesn't happen on this side of the country, or rather it didn't happen before, not regularly.
Keep hosing it down.
This is cell phone video from homeowner Paul Maloney. You hear the worry in his voice as he walks the roof of his house using a water hose to spray it down as flames creep within yards of his home.
And there's a fire right there.
And this is in Hewitt. Homeowner Harry Murphy gave us this video of firefighters burning a control line across the street from his house to help contain the fire.
Oh, and just so you guys don't forget, as we see all of these natural disasters, does anyone want to, does anyone remember what Donald Trump said about giving California water to fight wildfires? Well, if you don't, I'll remind you. It's that if Gavin Newsom behaves like a good little boy and California behaves, then they will send water to stop the fires. But if you don't obey the fascists in government, if you don't do exactly as you're told, then no, you don't get any water. And California's not doing as it's told. Luckily, there are ways where you can kind of make it work, as Illinois is also another state which has declared that it will be acting as a sanctuary state, just like it did the last time around, just like California will. And most of the food grows in California, but they don't have the water for it. But Illinois is near the Great Lakes, and they don't grow much food, but they have plenty of water. Now, it's a matter of being able to work together as states under the federal government without obeying the federal government, and that's going to be difficult, because as much as Republicans love to talk about states' rights, that only counts for Republicans.
Thankful that the wind was going east, which was going up the hill from me, and it was going away.
Hours later, new crews out with water hose lines to douse the control burn.
You're going to see a lot more of this. Everywhere. Everywhere.
Having, as you can see now, active winds push up, and the humidity is slowly drying out more as the day progresses.
The New Jersey.
By the way, to any of my friends and or family that may be watching from Jersey, please make sure you stay safe, pay attention to this stuff. I haven't been seeing much of it on the news. I don't know how many of you watch local news, but yeah, there's 11 fires around you, so pay attention. Don't die. This is like, the Californians are used to this, New Jerseyans are not. It's better to die on our feet than live on our knees. It's better to die unchained than to live shackled. I agree. However, it doesn't seem like much of the establishment Democrats do. But I, for one, am not ever going to be okay with the things that these people believe, want, do, and neither should you. Don't be okay with it. Don't just allow them to get away with it. You might not be able to do much to stop them. That's fine. Still call them, like, a dipshit. Call them evil. Call them, like, just make fun of them. Troll them. If nothing else, you can troll them. What did they do when we were in power and they had nothing else they could do? They trolled the shit out of us. Take some lessons. Yeah. I hope so, Comrade Lenin. I hope the Nazis do end up that way, as they did last time around. You know, follow your leader and all of that. But we shall see. We shall see. Anyway, that's it for today, guys. I'm kind of out of content. I mean, I could just keep scrolling Twitter and find some more stuff for y'all to talk about, but it is getting late for a lot of you Americans. Now, WStream, thank you. Don't forget to send in a like on YouTube, or even drop a comment in the stream chat, because it does actually help it grow on YouTube. A lot of people watch me on Twitch, and I want them to keep watching me on Twitch. In fact, I want all of you to watch me on Twitch, but I do also want to grow as a channel and a community, and YouTube does help with that. And also, feel free to join the Discord and follow my socials. I will be back on Friday, possibly tomorrow. We'll see. Honestly, can you just vibe and play video games? I could. I don't really have many games on my PC installed, though. That's the thing. My PC doesn't like it very much, but I can absolutely vibe. Like, we can do non-politics stuff and hang out for a bit. Let's see, what games do I have that I could throw up here? Cyberpunk 2077 and League of Legends, and I don't want to do either of those. Cyberpunk won't run on this computer. Not in the summer, at least, because it's far too hot in this room right now. And I haven't played League of Legends in far too long. But we can do some media analysis, I would guess, too, maybe. We can talk about Anything you guys want to throw in here? Recommend a link, a video, an idea, something to cover? Because all I did was just open YouTube to look up a video, and I see like 50 billion other political things now that I probably should cover. Yes, well, I did, but usually I would have something in mind beforehand, like a piece of media that I would watch, and then I'd want to like do a breakdown on it, but I haven't really gotten to do anything like that in a while. I have been really dying to play Baldur's Gate 3 again lately, just because I know that the mods are out on console now, and I love modded games in general. Baldur's Gate 3 was Vosh or Hassan. If I have to pick between the two of them, I'd pick Vosh because I like his opinions better. So like I like modded games quite a lot, but Baldur's Gate 3 was a perfect game. It did not require any additional mods. It did not require any DLC. However, with the additional mods that are in it now, it is so good. It is so much fun, and you can like create anything you want. Now they've released the actual like developer kit, so there's people making quest lines, people making DLC. This is a 40-minute, sorry, it's a video about Megatron. Yeah, it's a 28-minute video about Megatron. Is this what you would like to cover? I don't know shit about Transformers. All right, not my thing. The only thing I know about Transformers is there's a YouTuber that makes videos where it's like a useless something. I think it's the same guy that does alt history, actually, in which he did like an unnecessary retrospective on every existing Transformer movie. He did one for all of the Sharknado movies too. Like the idea was these are bad movies and let's talk about them. And that's everything I know about the series comes from those clips. Let me see if I can find the actual YouTuber. Okay, do we watch it from the beginning or do I skip to a certain part? Because I don't have enough of an attention span if this bores me. So we'll jump. Find me a jump point to somewhere interesting and not the breakdown. You, I trust enough to fill me in on any relevant information to the lore of the universe that I might overskip when doing some kind of analysis of the ideas presented in this video. But I'll give it a go. I'm gonna hope this doesn't bore the shit out of me.
A children's toy. There's something about that sets him apart from everyone else.
It's hard, you know, when you're like neurodivergent and then you like want to delve into topics and then someone sends you a topic of something that is not a special interest of yours. My autistic brain just went, no better idea though. By the way, like, don't feel bad, Art. Like, thank you for sending something in. I actually very much appreciate that. I'm just being whingy because I'm annoying.
Originally called the Gun Robo in the Micro Change toy line in Japan, whose design was accredited to Hideaki Yoke, the former lead designer at Takara Tomy. The toy demonstrated a complexity to its transformation. The iconic voice.
I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
I will say the ability to voice act to an extent like that is pretty interesting. How is this in any way relevant though to like anything
was provided
really?
By Frank
like what am I supposed to do analysis of here? This seems like they're doing the analysis and we're just listening.
And so as I started thinking, I thought, well, no, I need more. Like, it's painful almost to listen to it. You either hate this voice or you like it. But when you go...
Nah, sorry. My attention span did not last that long. Although, you know what will last longer with my attention span? Something that I know about.
Now.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. A new film
Politics again! Can I do literally nothing but? No, I cannot.
Tonight on PBS and the largely...
okay, well then, okay, we'll give it another go. I'm just like, I was waiting for you to answer and I didn't hear one, so. Well, if they're covering their bases there, let's skip to about there. What do you got for me, Lennon? What do you have?
The ecological.
2 hours on did Native Americans really live in balance with nature? That actually sounds quite interesting. I'm gonna put that aside, and I'm gonna save that for like a slow news day or something, because I would very much like to sit there. Like, we could watch that entire video on stream, Lennon, and analyze that on a day where there's just like not much news, which does happen, believe it or not.
Originally doing here with Jazz. He is a terrifying force to be reckoned with, so much so that
I can't. No, I'm sorry, Art. The way that these people talk is just making me cringe. It's like the narrativization of the voices in when they're not doing voices. I can't handle. I can't handle it. The guy is very pro-vegan and anti-capitalism, super based. Like, I'm not a vegan, but I am an anti-capitalist, and pretty okay with pro-vegans. There's something happening in Germany right now. Oh my god. I feel like I'm missing so much news. Oh, hold on. We got a Ramaswamy appointment. One of you guys were asking about it before. Elon Musk and Ramaswamy together are going to lead the Department of Government Efficiency. It's not the tone of the voice. I don't know how to describe this to you. Pointless Hub. That was the channel. That was the channel that I was talking about. Thank you. Thank you. They're the ones that made the videos on like Transformers, and that's the only stuff I know about it, is like me half watching those of like, I want to watch a pointless YouTube video. The Sharknado ones were much more interesting though. The psychedelic apocalypticism of Terence McKenna. Now that sounds interesting. Now, this is going to go one of two ways. 2 leaders for the Department of Efficiency. I know, right, Moper? It's almost comedic. Oh, geez, too many links now.
Yes.
Well, yes. That, I don't know. I don't know if I want to actually like show other people's content like this without knowing what it's about, because then I feel like I'm content stealing if I don't have enough to add in as commentary. This one I feel less bad about because this is like a comedic thing. So
that time of year again. That special time where we watch Christmas movies that make us nostalgic for a time gone by. Stories that warm our heart like a cup of cocoa. Or maybe we just want to watch an elf get bullied for wanting to be a dentist. No matter what the reason,
we will still watch the apocalypticism one after this. This is just funny, and so I can just touch on it for a second. But this one I'm a little worried about because I have an idea where this is going, but I don't exactly know where it's going well enough to form hypotheses, and I have a feeling it's going somewhere where I am not the most educated person to have opinions on the subject, but we'll see.
Dear to our heart,
I might be wrong.
Despite their imperfections. Anyone remember that part in Santa Claus is Coming to Town when Kris Kringle sang about how the orphan kids should sit in his lap and give him a kiss?
I don't remember that. The fuck?
Because I sure didn't. Put one foot in front of the other. Dun-dun-dun-dun. While everyone has their own personal favorite specials.
Elf was a good Christmas movie. I will say that. And being someone who's never been like the biggest fan of Christmas movies, I do like Christmas specials and TV shows, but like specifically holiday themed movies tend to be subpar in my opinion. Not all of them. There are some absolute bangers out there.
Them except for me are wrong. The one thing we can all agree on is that once this season passes, none of us will think of any of these movies until next November. For me though, there's one Christmas tale that is just so potent, full of so many indescribable images that it transcends.
Not my thing. I didn't watch this video at the time, and I kind of remembered it while we were getting through the beginning, and I was like, why didn't I watch it? And then I was like, I did. I watched it up to about here, and then I remembered being bored of it. Sorry. Different comedy styles, Art. I don't really find as much of that funny because it's not relevant to my interest. That's perfectly fine. Die Hard, not really either. Like, I've seen it. It's one of the better ones of holiday-themed movies, but not a fan. I've seen it. And the second one, I think. In fact, whichever one's the one where he goes, "Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker." I remember hearing that when I was a kid and seeing it with a friend. But again, I'd much rather a holiday-themed episode of a TV show than a movie. Now let's see where this is going, because I am just going to take a guess right off the bat and say that this is going into some form of spirituality, where it's essentially... I'm going to disagree with a lot of the takes on spiritualism that come through this, and depending on the take that this person takes here, I'm either going to think that they're pretty dumb or pretty smart. We'll find out.
This member of the mushroom family, this fungus, is for the moment known only as X. It was discovered
not to say
weeks ago
spirituality in and of itself makes you dumb, but applying spirituality to real-life social issues, kind of. Oh, this is a guy who goes on a quest to find shrooms? Okay, well, then I was totally wrong. 100%. And,
in a remote rainforest.
why are we watching about, like, you know these just grow in the wild, right? You know, you can grow them. It's not even illegal for you to grow them in the United States. It's illegal for you to buy the seeds, but if you have them, you can just grow them.
Not yet given it a name. For science knows scarcely anything
Who,
about
this guy or, Pointless Hub?
But it is felt that X might have one remarkable quality.
And to be fair, I also kind of intentionally piss off Christians, just not you, because you're not the type of Christian that I aim at. Lenin, I don't care about psychedelic drug trips. I have enough hallucinating schizophrenic morons and their ideologies to deal with today without drugs. But I will say, like, not to say that I've never done, you know, shrooms. I've done shrooms. I didn't like shrooms. I hated shrooms, in fact. But it is an experience that a lot of people, it is an interesting experience. I'm gonna just skip a bit forward, though, because I don't have an hour and a half worth of energy to sit and watch this experience. Hour and a half to spend on something that I'm not super interested in is hard.
I did, then the following things may have happened to me. I smoked a lot of weed in college. I'm very unique
as a lot
in
of
that
people
way.
did.
But I didn't like it all that much, and I don't like it anymore. It makes me anxious. The first time that I met psilocybe cubensis, the magic mushroom, was when I was about 19 or 20. My first trip was in a cemetery at night, which could be great if you're intentionally going for
See, this is interesting, and I just wanted to say, like, how weird human bodies are, because as someone who has also smoked pot in the past and done magic mushrooms, the mushrooms made me anxious. The pot didn't. To be fair, like, again, I'm not saying you should do drugs. I'm not saying that, like, this is... I'm not advocating for anything that Twitch TOS isn't gonna like, but it is beneficial to analyze the experiences of people who have had psychedelic trip experiences, because it's literally just an altered form of brain chemistry and functioning that can not really, like, you can't take stuff from this trip and apply it into the real world in a physical manner, but you absolutely can take psychological functions and even really some sociological functions of people and how they view society, themselves, and other people, and apply some of these lessons to that in the form of forming an idea. In a realistic, black and white, does this actually have a material benefit scenario? A lot of the time, it depends on the context. Most often, I would say probably not. But there are things that we can learn from how people's brains change when they are on psychedelics such as this. LSD is one that is particularly important for reasons like that.
Mary Shelley kind of vibe, but we were not. We were there because we didn't have any better ideas. I'm a fairly neurotic, high-strung individual, so tripping while trespassing, allegedly trespassing, in a dark,
sounds like a really bad idea.
place was less than ideal. Thankfully, I had taken pissant amounts, so the experience wasn't too catastrophic, just generally disquieting. Failing to learn my lessons and generally being completely uneducated on the responsible use of these extremely powerful compounds, I took mushrooms.
Is this, it's this channel, is it? All right, fair enough. Look, everyone knows that you're correct, but you don't need to be such an asshole about it. Shit like that is telling me that my religion is wrong. It pisses me off. Well, to be fair, I totally support anyone's right to tell you that your religion is wrong. In fact, your religion is wrong because religion is wrong, is my opinion. But that's not, you know, an attempt to piss you off. That's me sharing my opinion of it. And if I was doing it to piss you off and you were pissed off at that, then that's very perfectly valid. It's a matter of, as a content creator, how okay are you with alienating Christians as an audience? And they clearly are okay with it. And to be fair, for the most part, I am too. I just am one of the types of people that believe that there are levels of religiosity, and I don't want anything to do with most of them, but the less extreme variants of religiosity are common enough that I think that they're pretty normal, and I don't mind talking to people and working with people that believe those things. It's a matter of personal perspective, but I don't think that that's necessarily a matter of disrespect or it's not about being an asshole. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
The second time, not long after, and had some mild to moderate mental health issues come up, which was
also not my demographic either, but you know, we'll have a look.
This is reason 1648, why set and setting are so crucially important. I'm a child of the late 90s and early 2000s. I had DARE classes at Wayland Middle School. A local cop named Officer 40 waddled into our classroom and told us to just say no, or something.
Drugs. Some of the big kids do.
Hey, I had to do
DARE
too.
Anti-drug program in our school.
They had a cop come in and pass a joint around the fucking classroom. We all had to hand it to one another. It was in a little plastic baggie, and then I guess someone tried. I don't know if I remember someone trying to like take it, but I remember something going around like again, as in like, all right, like you guys, I'm watching you. The cop was saying some shit. They were saying a lot of dumb shit. No one cares about like DARE, honestly, and it didn't work. But we all have to live with it. It just rubs me the wrong way, makes me want to tune out, you know? I can understand that. I don't think that you should tune out, though. I think you should disagree, like, you should listen to people that you disagree with, even if it does rub you the wrong way, unless they're being, like, specifically a dick about it, then, yeah, you should listen to them. But, yeah, that is understandable as well. Yeah, you are absolutely welcome, and like, that should not, you feeling welcome and loved in a community should not necessarily have much to do with the beliefs around religion of other members of that community, unless, of course, those members of said community are attacking you for your religion, not attacking your religion itself, but attacking you for your religion. And yes, if it makes you want to tune out because people are like, because you don't want to hear bad things about your religion, that's also very understandable and fair. I would recommend tuning back in cases like that, because there are people that have opinions that might make you feel that way, including myself, but have a lot of things that are also worth listening to.
It's run by specially trained police. Now we're saying no to drugs.
Maybe if we'd been adequately informed about the history and effects of various drugs, then I would have known that you should always take psychedelics in a safe and friendly environment with a sober trip sitter, and maybe I would have waited until I was a little older to start indulging.
And also maybe you should have like an antipsychotic medication with you if you're going to go do like a psychedelic drug like this, because look, growing up where I grew up, right across the street from New York City, I saw a lot of shit, all right? And I've seen people take psychedelics and lose their goddamn minds. I had those, Slav. I remember trip sitting for a person because they had nowhere else to go and they were doing acid. And I was like, come to my house. Don't walk around and get hit by a car. And this person ended up beginning to think that I was the literal devil who was going to take them to literal hell. Having antipsychotics in a case like this could have been very helpful. Again, these are people that are, you know, not in the right mind. You could probably convince them to take a pill with some water again, you should try and convince people to drink water if you're being a trip sitter anyway. This is all common sense damage reduction things. Not only for if you doing it, but also for people around you. Off topic, but did you by chance finish the act? Yes, I did, I think. What are we talking? Which act are we talking about? Are we talking about like Baldur's Gate, or are we talking about an act in a different fashion? My brain is all over. Oh no, yeah, we did. I did. I didn't finish it on stream because they were only airing episode 1 on stream, but I definitely did go and finish it afterward, and it was immaculate. It's such a shame that they're only gonna do this season of the show. Yeah. By the way, if any of you haven't watched Arcane, go watch Arcane. Actual masterpiece. Does not even, like, it is kind of unreal that this is coming from like a League of Legends lore media perspective, because it has nothing to do with League of Legends. And the lore is now based on the show, not the show based on the lore, because the show is just that good. I feel like I'm doing something illegal watching it now. How do I get to see it? It's just on Netflix? Yeah, it's on Netflix. And you weren't doing anything illegal. Twitch was allowing me to stream episode 1. In fact, I was invited to stream episode 1 like every other person on Twitch. So you don't need to feel bad about that. Definitely watch this show. I think I heard at my old Christian youth group that people were using the non-binary bathroom at my school to have sex. I never saw it personally. I think it may have been something that they just said to be assholes to LGBT people. I believe both of those statements, so it could be either. No, I'm saying it's crazy I get to just watch it. Oh, makes sense. You do deserve it. We all deserve a masterpiece of media after the last couple of months that we've all had. Don't even. You get to watch it. You deserve it. It exists. It's out there. There is no... I don't know. Like, I know you're joking when you say that, but still.
Indulging them. Ironically, Terrence McKenna would have been a much better dare officer than Officer 40 was. His advice for the responsible use...
Yes, actually. I would say so. I watched Breaking Bad all the way through. It was obviously an excellent show. It's a different kind of show. And so comparing them as better is difficult to do. Because Breaking Bad does a lot of things better in certain ways that are specific to Breaking Bad. But Arcane overall, I don't know, it hits me in the feels a lot more. They're both shows in which there is a lot of scheming and... like, you have to pay attention to kind of understand what people are planning, but it's not about overarching plans. It's not about fights. It's about character drama. And in Breaking Bad actually is a really great example, is that was also the majority of Breaking Bad, in that it wasn't really about Walter White being like a meth chemist. It wasn't about him being Heisenberg and like a drug kingpin. It was about family. It was about one-on-one interpersonal drama between family members, between friends, between strangers as well. And yes, over time, the show developed into a much larger project that didn't focus as heavily on the interpersonal relationships of the characters, while it still definitely did. Arcane is almost entirely just the interpersonal relationships between these two characters, with a very minor amount of background story going on, but all of the background story ties really well into each and every character's stories and their character dramas. No, I haven't seen Better Call Saul. I've heard that it's quite good, but getting into a TV show is difficult and requires like an investment of time. And even when I do have the time, I often feel like I'd rather do something other than spend the time watching TV. Mostly because like I used to have a lot of free time. Prior to this year, I was a housewife. I like for 2 years-ish, a bit more actually, but you know, let's bring it in for that. I kind of just sat at home. I cooked, I cleaned, I did household chores. That was my like life. And so I had a lot more time to play games and to watch media, to watch TV and movies and to read books. And nowadays I don't have much of that anymore. A, because I live alone, and B, because I spend a lot of my time on stream. I spend a lot of my time looking for things to talk about on stream, following with the news. And so that doesn't leave me with much time that I am willing to spend on things like TV and video games. Not that I don't have the time. I can decide to do that whenever I want to. I just don't generally feel like it's necessarily worth my time as much as other things could be. Unless there's like a new show that I haven't seen, or like a new season of something that comes out that I like. It's a lot more boring than it sounds, Fluffy Art. Also, The Boys is really good. I just noticed that you were saying that before. The Boys is a great show as a satire. I quite liked Gen V better than The Boys. I was surprised to say that Gen V is one of the few spin-offs of a TV show that is better than the original TV show. Yeah. Okay. So guys, I know I said I would sit here and talk with y'all for a while, but these nicotine cravings are fucking killing me, and I would really, really, really like to go buy some nicotine patches. So I think I am gonna hop off for the day, but I will make you a promise that I will spend the rest of today figuring out like an activity, like maybe I'll find a game and download it that I can play on this computer, that we can play post-stream occasionally. A game that my PC can actually manage to run. And also I will actually look more into this video, Lennon, and if I really do find parts of this that I really, really, really want to talk about, I absolutely will bring it up, because this does seem like an interesting topic to address in certain instances. And no, of course not Hearts of Iron 4. What do I look like a Nazi to you? Not to say everyone that plays that game is a Nazi, but a lot of them are. There's certain bits of media where you know which demographics are the majority of the people engaging with it. And not to say that that media is bad. I played RuneScape for quite a long time. I often still do on occasion. I haven't in a while. But there is a lot of racist and Nazi sentiment in RuneScape. Doesn't mean the game is bad. It's just a matter of how prevalent it is. Yeah, it's like 55% Nazis, 25% tankies, and the rest are just normal people. Sounds about right. Sounds about where my guess would be. No. If I was gonna play a game like that, I would just play Civ 6 or something. Honestly, if I want to play like as like a civilization game, a world builder, a war game even, I'll play Civ more than any of those other games. If I'm talking about like a turn-based game. Anyway, see you guys on Friday. Thank you again for tuning in, though. And also, thanks for, like, adding in the ideas of, hey, like, you should check out this content. Hey, you should do this more. I like when you guys give me these, like, suggestions, so please don't stop doing that. Keep doing it, and I will keep working on making it work for you guys and better preparing myself of let's say we do finish at 5 hours and some of us have energy. We can find some shit to do. Milk. Milk? The fuck? What? Wait, hold on. I can't leave now, sentient juice slave. What did you mean by milk? I need to know. I must know. How am I supposed to go on with my day if I'm sitting here wondering why you said the word milk? You're not even gonna tell me, are you? Oh, fuck you, Art. Now it's all of you. Fine, whatever. Keep your milk. Keep your secrets. Okay, well, thank you for at least answering. Great, now milk is gonna be like a word that's not only stuck in my head, but I'm gonna start stream next time. Just yell milk out. Alright, guys. Good night.